Welcome, my dear listener. Tonight I shall tell you of an age when the world was young, and the stars were closer to men's hearts. Yet this evening we turn our gaze not to ancient empires or forgotten monarchs, but to something far humbler, far older, and far more persistent, a plant, a simple green companion to humanity that has traveled through millennia, crossing deserts and oceans, finding its way into the hands of healers, mystics, outlaws, and entrepreneurs alike. I have watched this plant cannabis transform across the centuries. I have seen it praised as a gift from the gods, condemned as the devil's weed, cultivated in monastery gardens, and hunted by governments with the fervor of a holy war. And in these last 2 centuries, I have witnessed something extraordinary: the deliberate reshaping of its very essence, the engineering of its soul. What you hold in your hand today, dear listener, is not the same plant your great-great-grandparents knew. It has been bred, selected, concentrated, and transformed until it bears only a shadow's resemblance to the cannabis of old. The gentle herb that once balanced body and spirit has become a commodity of astonishing potency, a hyperpotent creation born from prohibition, commerce, and humanity's endless desire for more. This is the story of how we changed cannabis, and perhaps how cannabis changed us. Let us begin where memory grows dim in the 19th century. When Western medicine first discovered what the East had always known, the year was 1832. I recall the salt-thick air of Calcutta, where the British Empire sprawled beneath a merciless sun, governing lands it barely understood and peoples whose wisdom it routinely dismissed. Among the redcoats and bureaucrats moved a different sort of man, physicians, curious and open-minded, who came not merely to rule, but to learn. One such man was Dr. William Brooke O'Shaughnessy, an Irish surgeon stationed in Bengal. While his colleagues busied themselves with the usual tropical maladies, malaria, cholera, the endless parade of imperial suffering, O'Shaughnessy turned his attention to the traditional healers of India, the Ayurvedic practitioners who had cultivated knowledge for thousands of years. He watched them work with a plant they called ganja, or Indian hemp, what the botanists would later classify as cannabis indica. The Ayurvedic physicians used it for pain, for seizures, for the calming of troubled minds. O'Shaughnessy, trained in the rigorous skepticism of Western medicine, decided to test these claims himself. I remember the careful notes he kept, the experiments he conducted on animals first, then on patients suffering from conditions that conventional medicine could not touch. He treated a child racked with convulsions from infantile cholera. He eased the agonies of tetanus patients whose muscles twisted like tormented rope. He calmed the violent spasms of rabies victims in their final hours, and to his astonishment, it worked. In 1842, O'Shaughnessy published his findings in the Transactions of the Medical and Physical Society of Bengal. The report traveled across the empire like wildfire in dry grass. Here was a pharmaceutical marvel, a medicine that could accomplish what opium and alcohol could not, without the same burden of side effects. O'Shaughnessy brought samples of Indian hemp back to England, and within a decade, cannabis extracts had become a standard offering in European and American pharmacies. Apothecaries sold it in the form of oral tinctures, concentrated extracts dissolved in alcohol, amber-colored and bitter on the tongue. Physicians prescribed it for arthritis, for the stabbing pain of migraines, for epileptic seizures, for the cramping agonies of menstruation. Queen Victoria herself, it was whispered in court circles, took cannabis tincture under the guidance of her physician, Sir John Russell Reynolds, for the relief of menstrual discomfort. The Queen of the British Empire, finding solace in a plant from India. There is poetry in that, is there not? By 1854, cannabis had earned its place in the United States Pharmacopoeia, the official compendium of approved medicines. Respectable doctors prescribed it. Respectable patients took it, and for a brief, shining moment, cannabis was simply medicine, neither saint nor sinner, merely useful. But there was a problem, one that would prove insurmountable given the primitive chemistry of the age. I have seen many promising remedies fall from grace, not because they failed to work, but because they worked too unpredictably. Such was the fate of cannabis in the late 19th century. The difficulty lay in the plant's nature itself. Every harvest was different. The same strain, grown in different soils, under different skies, yielded wildly varying concentrations of its active ingredients. A tincture prepared in spring might be twice as potent as one prepared in autumn. A batch from India might send a patient into blissful sleep, while a batch from Turkey might do nothing at all, or worse, produce anxiety and confusion. The physicians of the Victorian era had no way to measure the cannabinoids within their preparations. They did not yet know of tetrahydrocannabinol or cannabidiol, those molecular architects of the plant's effects. They knew only that their medicine was unreliable, a gamble disguised as treatment. I recall the frustration in medical journals of the time, doctors lamenting that cannabis varies so much in strength that it is difficult to determine the proper dose. One physician might prescribe what he believed to be a moderate amount, only to have his patient experience nothing. Another might give the same dose and send his patient into hours of intoxication, sweating, and fearful. Reliability is the cornerstone of medicine, and cannabis, in its natural variability, could not provide it. Meanwhile, the pharmaceutical industry was birthing a new generation of medicines, synthetic compounds, standardized and predictable. Aspirin arrived in 1899, a precise crystalline powder that worked the same way every time. Barbiturates followed powerful sedatives that could be measured to the milligram. Chloral hydrate offered reliable sleep without the uncertainty of plant extracts. And then there was the hypodermic needle, that elegant instrument of precision medicine. By the late 19th century, physicians had fallen in love with the syringe, which allowed them to inject morphine, cocaine, and other drugs directly into the bloodstream with immediate, dramatic effect. But cannabis, stubbornly hydrophobic, would not dissolve in water. It could not be injected. It was, in the emerging paradigm of modern medicine, inconvenient. One by one, the doctors who had once championed cannabis turned to these newer, more reliable alternatives. Weed did not disappear overnight. There was no dramatic rejection, but it faded gradually from the pharmacopoeia, like a guest who overstays their welcome and is quietly forgotten. By the turn of the 20th century, cannabis remained legal and available, but it was no longer respectable. The medical establishment had moved on, leaving the plant to find other purposes, other users, other destinies. And those destinies, as we shall see, would be far stranger and more fraught than anything Dr. O'Shaughnessy could have imagined. The early 20th century dawned with promise and peril in equal measure. In the American Southwest, a revolution raged across the Mexican border. From 1910 onward, violence and upheaval drove hundreds of thousands of Mexican refugees northward into Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. They brought with them their language, their customs, their music and their recreational use of a plant they called marijuana. This was not the respectable Indian hemp of Victorian medicine cabinets. This was something the white American establishment had never encountered: cannabis smoked for pleasure, rolled into crude cigarettes, shared in communal gatherings, accompanied by unfamiliar music and laughter. I remember the fear that rippled through those border towns, a fear that had little to do with the plant itself and everything to do with who was using it. Cannabis became entangled with prejudice, with the old American poison of racism that seeks always to find new vessels for its venom. Newspapers began running lurid stories about marijuana, deliberately using the Spanish name to emphasize its foreignness. The articles spoke of violence, madness, sexual deviance, the ancient fears that powerful men deploy when they wish to control populations they consider dangerous. And then came Harry Jacob Anslinger. In 1930, Anslinger was appointed the first commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. He was a man of singular ambition and narrow vision, and he quickly identified marijuana as his crusade. Never mind that it was barely used outside immigrant and jazz communities. Never mind that it had been legal medicine for decades. Anslinger saw an opportunity to build his empire and his reputation. The campaign he waged was not grounded in science or medicine. It was grounded in fear and bigotry, packaged as public safety. I have read his testimony before Congress, his speeches to civic groups, his articles in popular magazines. The words drip with poison. Marijuana is the most violence-causing drug in the history of mankind. He claimed that it drove men, specifically, he emphasized, Negro men and Mexican men, to commit acts of savage violence against white women. He collected anecdotes of crimes allegedly committed under the influence of marijuana. Never mind that alcohol was involved in far more violence and remained perfectly legal. He testified before Congress with theatrical flair. There are 100,000 total marijuana smokers in the U.S., and most are Negroes, Hispanics, Filipinos, and entertainers. Their satanic music, jazz, and swing result from marijuana use. This marijuana causes white women to seek sexual relations with Negroes, entertainers, and any others. These were not the measured words of a scientist. These were the ravings of a demagogue, and they worked. The newspapers amplified his message. Films like Reefer Madness in 1936 portrayed marijuana users as homicidal maniacs and moral degenerates. The propaganda machine churned, and the American public, already anxious about economic depression and social change, was primed to believe. In 1937, Congress passed the Marijuana Tax Act. Technically, it did not outlaw cannabis, it merely imposed such onerous taxation and regulation that legal sale became effectively impossible. Physicians who wished to prescribe it would need special stamps and paperwork. Patients would be registered. The bureaucratic burden was designed to strangle the practice to death. It worked. By 1942, cannabis was removed entirely from the United States pharmacopoeia. A plant that had been legitimate medicine for nearly a century was now, officially, nothing but a dangerous narcotic with no medical value. Prohibition had triumphed, not through reason or evidence, but through fear and prejudice, dressed in the robes of law. And yet, the story of cannabis was far from over. Prohibition, as humans have learned time and again, does not eliminate desire. It merely drives it underground. And underground, in the shadows of illegality, cannabis would transform in ways that no one, not Anslinger, not the politicians, not even the users themselves, could have predicted. For when you make something forbidden, you create a powerful incentive to make that forbidden thing as potent, as concentrated, as profitable as possible. The low potency era of cannabis was about to end. The age of deliberate engineering was about to begin. By the 1960s, a strange and beautiful rebellion was stirring across America. The young generation, children of post-war prosperity, began to question everything their parents had built: the wars, the conformity, the endless suburban march toward material comfort and spiritual emptiness. They grew their hair long, they listened to music that sounded like prophecy, and they sought experiences that would crack open the doors of perception. Cannabis, illegal and therefore alluring, became a sacrament of this counterculture movement. I recall the Summer of Love in 1967, when tens of thousands of young people poured into San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury neighborhood. The air smelled of incense, patchouli, and yes, cannabis smoke, drifting from apartment windows and Golden Gate Park meadows. They called themselves hippies, and they believed, naively, perhaps, but sincerely, that consciousness could be expanded, that love could be revolutionary, that a different world was possible. Weed was central to this vision, but the cannabis they used bore little resemblance to what we know today. The typical marijuana available during this era came in the form of what dealers called brickweed, compressed bricks of plant material smuggled across the Mexican border or shipped from Colombia or Thailand. These bricks were crude affairs: stems, seeds, leaves, and flower, all mashed together, wrapped in burlap or newspaper, stacked in trucks and boats. The quality was, to put it generously, inconsistent. Sometimes a brick would contain reasonably fresh flour. More often it was dried out, moldy, filled with seeds that popped and sparked when smoked. Users would spend hours carefully separating the seeds and stems, hoping to find enough usable material for a joint. But what matters most, dear listener, is the chemical profile of this cannabis. The average THC concentration in these 1960s strains hovered around 1 to 2%. 1 to 2%. By modern standards, this is barely detectable, homeopathic almost. You would need to smoke a great deal of this material to achieve what a single puff of modern cannabis might deliver. But here is what made that era's cannabis fundamentally different. The CBD content was equally high, often matching the THC concentration at 1 to 2%. This balance, this near equality between the psychoactive compound and the calming, anxiety-reducing compound created an experience that users described as mellow, manageable, contemplative. The high was gentle, dreamy, conducive to long conversations about the nature of reality and the beauty of a houseplant. It was cannabis that expanded consciousness without obliterating it. Popular strains of the era bore romantic names that spoke to their origins: Colombian Gold, Acapulco Gold, Thai Stick, Panama Red. These were Landra's varieties plants that had evolved naturally in their native regions, adapted to their local climates, carrying the full genetic diversity of thousands of years of growth. The hippies who gathered in communes and college dorms passed joints in circles, guitars in hand, believing they were tapping into something ancient and sacred. And in a way, they were right. The weed they used was indeed closer to the plant's natural state before human intervention began its work of radical transformation. But even as the counterculture celebrated this gentle herb, The forces that would transform it were already in motion. The government's war on drugs was about to intensify. And when you wage war on a plant, you inadvertently select for the strongest, most resilient, most potent versions of that plant to survive. Evolution, dear listener, cares nothing for human intentions. It responds only to selection pressure. And the selection pressure that was about to be applied to weed would reshape it more dramatically than 10,000 years of natural growth. Before we can understand how weed was transformed, we must understand what weed is not as mythology or folklore, but as chemistry. For millennia, humans used weed without understanding the source of its effects. They knew empirically that it eased pain, altered consciousness, calmed anxious minds, but they did not know why. The active principles remained hidden in the plant's resinous trichomes, microscopic factories producing compounds that would not be identified for thousands of years. The breakthrough began in 1940. A British chemist named Roger Adams, working at the University of Illinois, successfully isolated a compound from cannabis resin that he initially called cannabinol. Later work would refine this identification. But Adams had taken the first crucial step, proving that cannabis's effects came from specific, isolatable molecules, not from some mystical plant spirit. In 1963, an Israeli scientist named Raphael Mechoulam research determined the complete chemical structure of cannabidiol, or CBD. This was the non-psychoactive compound, the one that would later be credited with anti-inflammatory, anti-anxiety, and neuroprotective properties. But the real breakthrough came in 1964. Working at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel, Mechoulam and his colleague, Yechiel Gaoni, finally isolated and identified the chemical structure of delta-9-TETRA-HYDROCA-NNABINOL-THC, the principal psychoactive component of cannabis. I cannot overstate the significance of this discovery. For the first time in human history, we knew exactly what made cannabis psychoactive. We could point to a specific molecule, draw its structure on a chalkboard, synthesize it in a laboratory. THC, it turned out, was an elegant molecule, deceptively simple in structure but profound in effect. It worked by mimicking naturally occurring compounds in the human brain called endocannabinoids, binding to receptors that regulate mood, memory, appetite, and pain perception. This discovery opened several doors simultaneously. First, it made possible the scientific study of weed's effects. Researchers could now conduct controlled studies using pure THC, eliminating the confounding variables of different plant strains and preparations. Second, it enabled the development of testing methods. For the first time, one could measure precisely how much THC was in any given sample of cannabis. And third, most consequentially for our story, it gave breeders a target. If you knew that THC caused the high and you could measure THC content, then you could selectively breed plants to maximize that content. The knowledge that would transform weed from a natural herb into an engineered commodity had been unlocked. But knowledge alone does not drive transformation. What came next? The perfect storm of law enforcement pressure. Entrepreneurial ambition and market demand would take this scientific understanding and weaponize it, breeding a plant that bore only genetic memory of its ancestors. The gentle, balanced weed of the 1960s was about to face extinction through an evolutionary pressure cooker called the War on Drugs. In 1971, President Richard Nixon declared drug abuse public enemy number one in the United States. This was the official beginning of the war on drugs, though in truth the war had been building for decades. What changed under Nixon and would intensify dramatically under Reagan in the 1980s was the scale, the funding, and the militarization of the effort. Weed, despite being far less harmful than heroin or cocaine, became a primary target. Perhaps because it was so widely used. Perhaps because its users tended to belong to demographics the government found threatening. Young people, minorities, anti-war activists, counterculture communities. The strategy was straightforward: cut off the supply. In 1969, the Nixon administration launched Operation Intercept, flooding the Mexican border with agents to search every vehicle crossing into the United States. The operation was a logistical disaster. Traffic backed up for miles. Commerce ground to a halt. Diplomatic relations with Mexico soured, but it achieved one thing: it disrupted the supply of cheap Mexican marijuana. Then came Operation Condor in the mid-1970s. The U.S. government provided the Mexican military with helicopters and herbicides, including the toxic defoliant paraquat, to destroy marijuana crops at their source. Thousands of acres of cannabis fields were sprayed from the air. Some of this poisoned marijuana made it into American lungs, causing outrage when the contamination was discovered. But the greater consequence was economic. The supply chains that had kept America's marijuana users contentedly stoned on cheap brick weed began to break down. Prices skyrocketed. Quality became even more unpredictable. And nature, as it always does, abhorred the vacuum. American cannabis users faced a choice: go without or grow their own. Many chose the latter. I remember the first generation of domestic growers, amateurs, almost all of them, learning as they went. They started with seeds saved from Mexican or Colombian imports, those same seeds they had once cursed when cleaning their weed. They planted them in backyards, in remote forest clearings, anywhere the sun reached and the law did not. But outdoor growing in America was risky. Neighbors might notice. Helicopters equipped with infrared cameras began flying over rural areas, looking for the telltale heat signature of cannabis plants. And outdoor crops were vulnerable to weather, pests, and theft. The solution was to move indoors. The indoor growing revolution of the 1970s and 80s transformed cannabis cultivation from agriculture into something closer to laboratory science. Growers set up operations in basements, spare bedrooms, attics, rented warehouses, anywhere they could control the environment. They installed banks of high-intensity lights, metal halide for vegetative growth, high-pressure sodium for flowering. They built hydroponic systems, feeding plants with precise nutrient solutions instead of soil. They controlled temperature, humidity, air circulation with an engineer's precision. Indoor growing offered several advantages for the illegal market. It was hidden from aerial surveillance. It allowed year-round cultivation, regardless of season. It protected plants from pests and weather. And most importantly, it gave growers complete control over the growing conditions, which meant they could optimize for a single goal: maximum THC production. Because here is a truth about illegal markets. When you risk imprisonment for growing cannabis, you want to maximize the value of each plant. A pound of weak wheat and a pound of strong weed take roughly the same effort to grow, but the strong weed sells for far more. The economic logic was inescapable, and so began the selection pressure that would reshape cannabis. Growers sought out the most potent plants from each generation and bred them together. They imported genetics from Amsterdam, where Dutch breeders had been working on their own high THC strains in the relative safety of quasi-legal coffee shops. Legendary varieties emerged: Northern Lights, Skunk Number 1, Haze, White Widow, names that would become famous in weed culture. These were no longer landrace strains, no longer plants shaped by wind and sun and natural selection. These were designer breeds, purpose-built for potency, selected by humans with a very specific goal in mind. By the 1980s, the average THC content of domestically grown American cannabis had crept up to 3 to 4%, roughly double the Mexican brickweed of the previous decade, and CBD was beginning to disappear. No one was selecting for CBD. There was no market demand for it. Users wanted to get high, and CBD didn't make you high, just moderated the high, made it less anxious, more manageable. Two breeders focused solely on potency. CBD was, at best, irrelevant, at worst, diluting the product. So, generation by generation, as growers selected for higher and higher THC, CBD quietly vanished from the gene pool. By the late 1980s, CBD levels in recreational cannabis had dropped to around 0.5%. The balance that had characterized cannabis for millennia was broken. The plant was becoming something new, something it had never been in nature, a pure delivery system for a single psychoactive compound, stripped of the very molecule that had once moderated its effects. And this was only the beginning. The potency race had barely started. The 1990s dawned with a strange new sound in American popular culture: gangster rap, and with it, endless references to chronic. Dr. Dre's album, The Chronic, released in 1992, became a cultural phenomenon. The term chronic, originally West Coast slang for high-quality, potent cannabis, entered the mainstream vocabulary. To smoke chronic was to announce that you were no longer messing around with your parents' weak, hippie weed. This was the new era, the strong stuff, the real thing. And it was real. By the 1990s, the indoor growing revolution had matured from amateur hobby to serious business. Professional growers had spent 2 decades refining their techniques, and they had something the hippies never had: genetics from Amsterdam. The Netherlands had become the unlikely center of weed breeding innovation. The Dutch policy of tolerance, not quite legalization, but not criminalization, either allowed coffee shops to sell weed and breeders to operate openly. Companies like Sensi Seeds, Greenhouse Seeds, and Dutch Passion became famous for developing stable, high THC strains with exotic names and reliable genetics. These Dutch genetics made their way to America through the global network of growers and enthusiasts. Seeds were mailed in innocuous envelopes, smuggled in suitcases, traded at underground gatherings, and American growers, working with increasingly sophisticated indoor setups, began cultivating these Amsterdam masterpieces. The results were extraordinary and troubling. By the mid-1990s, average THC levels in quality cannabis had risen to 5 to 8%. This was 4 to 5 times stronger than the Mexican brickweed that the hippies had smoked. And the CBD content, it had dropped below 0.3%. For all practical purposes, CBD had been bred out of recreational weed entirely. The experience of smoking this new cannabis was fundamentally different from what earlier generations had known. I remember the first reports of people greening out, a term for cannabis-induced panic attacks, nausea, and overwhelming intoxication. This had been rare with the balanced, low-potency weed of the 60s and 70s. But with high THC, no CBD cannabis, it became common, especially among inexperienced users. The high was no longer mellow and contemplative. It was intense, sometimes overwhelming. Colors seemed too bright. Sounds became sharp and startling. The gentle expansion of consciousness that counterculture users had celebrated gave way to something more aggressive. A high that did unwhisper philosophical insights, but shouted them, often accompanied by racing heartbeat and anxiety. Longtime cannabis users noticed the difference. In online forums and hemp magazines that were just beginning to proliferate, people asked, "Why does weed make me anxious now? Why do I feel paranoid?" I remember my father smoking pot in the 70s and being totally relaxed. Now when I smoke, I feel like I'm going to die. The answer, had they known it, was simple. You are smoking a completely different plant. The molecule that once calmed UCBD has been removed. You are experiencing pure THC, unmoderated, unbalanced, like listening to a song with all the bass frequencies removed and only the piercing treble remaining. But the market didn't care about balance. The market cared about numbers, and the numbers kept rising. Growers competed to create the strongest strain. Dispensaries in states that were beginning to allow medical cannabis advertised their highest THC products like badges of honor. Users bragged about the potency of their weed, the way teenagers once bragged about the proof of their bootleg liquor. More THC became synonymous with better cannabis, a belief that would dominate the culture for the next 3 decades, even as the evidence of problems mounted. By the end of the 1990s, the transformation was well underway. Weed was becoming a product, a commodity, a number on a lab report, rather than a plant with a complex chemical profile that had evolved over millions of years. And yet, the potency race was far from over. What happened in the 21st century would make the chronic era look quaint by comparison. The new millennium brought with it a shift in weed culture and cultivation. The casual, almost accidental breeding of previous decades gave way to something more intentional, more scientific, more ruthless. Enter the Kush varieties. Kush referring to cannabis strains originally from the Hindu Kush mountain region of Afghanistan and Pakistan became the dominant genetic lineage of the 2000s. These plants were prized for their compact structure, perfect for indoor growing, their resinous flowers, and most importantly, their high THC content. OG Kush, Master Kush, Purple Kush, Bubba Kush. The names rolled off the tongues of connoisseurs like vintages of fine wine. These were no longer just strong strains. They were brands, products, carefully marketed and cultivated for maximum potency. The growers of the 2000s were nothing like the hippie farmers of the 60s, or even the basement enthusiasts of the 80s. They were professionals, often with backgrounds in horticulture or biology. They understood plant genetics, knew how to clone, how to select phenotypes, how to stabilize traits across generations. And they had one singular focus: push the THC percentage as high as possible. By the mid-2000s, average THC levels in quality cannabis had reached 8 to 12%. The strongest strains tested even higher 15, 16, sometimes 17%. These were numbers that would have seemed impossible 2 decades earlier. And CBD had become a rounding error. In most recreational cannabis of the 2000s, CBD content measured below 0.2%. In some strains, it was undetectable by standard laboratory tests. The molecule that had coexisted with THC for millennia, that had moderated its effects and provided its own therapeutic benefits, had been systematically eliminated from the gene pool. This was not an accident. This was selection, as ruthless and effective as any breeding program in agricultural history. Except instead of selecting for yield or disease resistance, we had selected for a single molecule's concentration. Damn the consequences. The cannabis community began to notice that something had changed. Online forums filled with posts from users describing anxiety, paranoia, racing thoughts, difficulty concentrating effects that seemed more common than they used to be. Some longtime users reported that they simply couldn't smoke modern weed anymore. It was too strong, too uncomfortable. But the market momentum was unstoppable. More THC meant higher prices. Higher prices meant more profit. More profit meant more investment in breeding even stronger varieties. It was a feedback loop, an arms race with no apparent finish line. The terminology reflected this obsession. Cannabis was no longer described with the gentle language of the past, mellow, smooth, heady. Now it was fire, loud, gas, exotic, aggressive, masculine terms that emphasized raw power. And there was another development, one that would prove crucial in the next phase of weed evolution. The medical weed movement was gaining ground. California had passed Proposition 215 in 1996, becoming the first state to allow medical marijuana. Other states followed throughout the 2000s: Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Nevada, Michigan. Suddenly, weed dispensaries could operate openly with storefronts and business licenses. This brought legitimacy, but it also brought something else: laboratory testing. For the first time, weed products could be analyzed and labeled with their exact THC content, the way alcohol is labeled with proof or percentage. And human psychology being what it is, those numbers became the primary selling point. Dispensaries displayed lab results proudly: 18% THC, 20%, 22%. Users gravitated toward the highest numbers, believing them to represent superior quality. No one was asking about CBD. No one was testing for the terpene profiles that gave different strains their unique effects and flavors. The entire market had reduced cannabis to a single number, THC percentage. It was like judging wine solely by alcohol content, or coffee solely by caffeine levels, a crude metric that ignored everything that made the plant interesting and medicinally valuable. But market forces cared nothing for subtlety. By the end of the 2000s, the Kush varieties and their hybrids had conquered the cannabis world. CBD was practically extinct in recreational strains, and the stage was set for the final transformation: legalization. When we'd finally emerged from prohibition into the daylight of legal commerce, one might have hoped for a wiser, more balanced approach. Instead, what happened was the industrial-scale application of everything that had been learned in the underground decades, the knowledge of how to breed high-THC weed, now unleashed with the resources and efficiency of legitimate business. The hyperpotent era was about to begin. The year 2012 marked a turning point in cannabis history. Colorado and Washington became the first states to legalize recreational cannabis for adult use. The prohibition that had lasted 8 decades, that had imprisoned millions, that had reshaped the plant itself, that prohibition was beginning to crumble. What followed was not the disaster that opponents predicted. Crime did not skyrocket. Teenage use did not explode. Tax revenues flowed into state coffers. Within a few years, more states followed: Oregon, Alaska, California, Nevada, Massachusetts, and eventually more than a dozen others, plus Washington, D.C. From a civil liberties perspective, this was a triumph. People could no longer be caged for possessing a plant. But from the perspective of weed itself, as a living thing with a complex chemical profile, legalization accelerated its transformation into something unprecedented in nature. Legal weed markets operate like any other capitalist enterprise. They respond to demand. They compete on price and quality. They advertise, they innovate. And in this new market, one metric dominated all others: THC percentage. Dispensaries quickly learned that products with higher THC numbers sold better. A flower testing at 15% THC might retail for $40 an eighth. The same strain from the same grower testing at 25% could command $60. The economic incentive was clear and powerful. Corporate growers entered the market with resources that underground cultivators could never match. They built facilities the size of aircraft hangars, filled with tens of thousands of plants under scientifically optimized LED lighting. They hired PhDs in plant biology to manage breeding programs. They employed extraction chemists to maximize efficiency, and they kept pushing the numbers higher. By the mid-2010s, average THC content in legal dispensary flower had reached 15 to 20%. But the real innovation or horror, depending on your perspective, came in the form of concentrates. Concentrates are exactly what they sound like: cannabis extracts that contain only the resinous compounds, with all the plant material removed. The technology for making concentrates had existed for decades. Hashish is a primitive concentrate. After all but legalization brought industrial refinement. Methods with names like BHO, butane, hash oil, CO2 extraction, rosin pressing, and distillation produced products of staggering purity. Live resin, shatter, wax, crumble. These weren't flowers. They were amber-colored, glass-like substances that looked more like something from a chemistry lab than a plant. And their THC content, often 60 to 90% pure THC. Let that sink in, dear listener. 90%. These products were essentially pharmaceutical-grade THC, consumed not for subtle effects, but for immediate, overwhelming intoxication. Vape pens made concentrates portable and discreet. A small cartridge, barely larger than a USB drive, could contain a gram of oil testing at 85% THC. A single puff delivered more THC than an entire joint of 1960s Mexican weed. The market embraced these concentrates enthusiastically. They were convenient, odorless, efficient. For users seeking the strongest possible high, they were perfect. For the industry, they were enormously profitably. Small amount of concentrate sold for the same price as much larger quantities of flour. But no one seemed to be asking the obvious question: is this safe? Is this what weed was meant to be? By the year 2020, weed had completed its transformation from plant to product. The slang had evolved again. Zaza, exotic, top-shelf terms for the absolute highest grade cannabis money could buy. And what defined top shelf? The same metric that had dominated for 3 decades: THC percentage. Now reaching heights that would have seemed like science fiction to earlier generations. Modern weed flower, the actual plant material, not concentrates, now routinely tests between 25 and 35 percent THC. The strongest strains push 40%. These are numbers 10 to 20 times higher than the cannabis of the 1960s, and 5 to 7 times higher than the chronic of the 1990s. And CBD, in most recreational strains, CBD has been completely eliminated. It exists as a trace element, often below 0.1%, effectively zero. A genetic memory, like the human appendix or the wings of a flightless bird. The plant has been stripped of its balance, reduced to a delivery mechanism for a single molecule. It is the botanical equivalent of removing every note from a symphony except the highest ones, then amplifying those until your ears ring. But the industry, ever innovative, was not satisfied with mere flower. The 2020s have seen an explosion of novel cannabis products that would have astonished the hippies of Hatoshberry. Consider infused pre-rolls, cannabis cigarettes with concentrated extracts added to the flower, pushing THC content to 40 or 50%. Some are coated with hash oil and rolled in crystalline THC powder, what the industry calls moon rocks or caviar. These products are to regular cannabis what grain alcohol is to beer. THC, distillate, pure THC oil, stripped of all other cannabinoids and terpenes, testing at 95 to 99% purity. This clear, viscous liquid has no flavor, no aroma, no character, is simply THC, naked and overwhelming. It can be vaped, eaten, or added to other products. Edibles with precision dosing gummies, chocolates, mints, containing specific doses of THC, often 10 to 100 milligrams per piece. These products are engineered for consistency, each one identical to the last. But that dosing would have represented an enormous amount of plant material in earlier Erasa 100 milligram. Edible contains roughly as much THC as smoking 10 to 20 joints of 1960s cannabis. Live resin and diamond sauce, concentrates so potent and crystalline that they look like amber jewels. These products can contain 80 to 90% THC, plus high concentrations of terpenes that provide flavor and modulate effects. They are beautiful, artisanal, and extraordinarily powerful. Nano-emulsified beverages, THC-infused drinks, where the cannabinoids are broken down into microscopic particles, allowing them to be absorbed quickly. Some claim effects within 15 minutes, faster than smoking. These beverages often contain 50 to 100 milligrams of THC per bottle. The legal cannabis industry has become remarkably sophisticated. Dispensaries are clean, well-lit, professional. Bud tenders are trained to discuss strains and effects. Products are tested for potency and contaminants, labeled with detailed information, packaged attractively. It has all the appearance of responsibility, of scientific rigor. But beneath the glossy surface, a troubling reality persists. We have created a form of cannabis that did not exist in nature. Without fully understanding what we have done or what the consequences might be, I have watched physicians begin to report increasing numbers of patients presenting with cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, a condition causing severe cyclical vomiting that only responds to hot showers and cessation of cannabis use. This condition was almost unknown before the hyperpotent era. Now emergency rooms see it regularly. I have seen young people develop what psychiatrists are calling cannabis use disorder at higher rates than previous generations. When the plant was weaker, dependency was less common. With modern high THC products, psychological dependence develops more easily and more quickly. I have observed researchers documenting correlations between high-potency cannabis use and increased risk of psychotic episodes, particularly in adolescents and young adults whose brains are still developing. The causation is still debated, but the correlation is increasingly difficult to ignore. And I have witnessed long-time cannabis advocates, people who spent decades fighting for legalization, express concern about what legalization has wrought. They remember the gentle herb that brought communities together, that inspired creativity and contemplation. They do not recognize the hyperpotent commodity being sold in dispensaries today, but the market has spoken. High THC products dominate sales. Growers who attempt to cultivate balanced lower potency strains find little demand. The economic machinery, once set in motion, is difficult to redirect. We have, in the span of 6 decades, taken a plant that humans had been using relatively safely for thousands of years and transformed it into something unprecedented. A hyperpotent drug stripped of its moderating compounds, engineered for maximum psychoactive impact. Whether this was progress or catastrophe depends on whom you ask. But one thing is certain: the cannabis of the 2020s bears almost no resemblance to the cannabis of the 1960s, except in name and basic botanical classification. We have changed it profoundly and perhaps irreversibly. And in changing it, we may have changed how it changes us. There is a peculiar irony in the story of CBD, or cannabidiol, that deserves its own chapter. For millennia, CBD was simply part of cannabis, unremarkable and unnamed, providing effects that people could feel but not explain: the mellowing of anxiety, the reduction of inflammation, the gentle modulation of THC's more intense effects. It was always there, a quiet partner to the more famous THC. Then, through the selection pressure of prohibition and market demand, it was nearly eliminated from recreational cannabis. By the 2000s, as I have noted, CBD had dwindled to trace amounts in most strains. But while CBD was vanishing from recreational cannabis, something interesting was happening in the medical and scientific communities. They were rediscovering it. Research in the 2010s began revealing CBD's therapeutic potential. Studies suggested it might help with epilepsy, anxiety, inflammation, chronic pain, insomnia, any of the same conditions that cannabis had been used to treat in the 19th century, before anyone knew what CBD was. The most dramatic validation came in 2018, when the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved Epidiolex, a CBD-based medication for severe childhood epilepsies. This was the first time the FDA had approved a cannabis-derived drug. The plant that the federal government still classified as Schedule I, no medical value, high potential for abuse, had just been validated as legitimate medicine. Suddenly, CBD was everywhere. CBD oils, CBD gummies, CBD topical creams, CBD dog treats. The market exploded with products containing CBD extracted from hemp, cannabis's low THC cousin. Companies made wild claims: CBD would cure anxiety, depression, pain, inflammation, insomnia, possibly death itself. Most of these claims were exaggerated or unsupported by evidence, but the enthusiasm was real. People discovered that CBD, particularly when taken regularly in moderate doses, seemed to help with everyday stress and discomfort. It provided relaxation without intoxication, exactly what many people wanted. particularly those who found modern high-THC cannabis too intense. And here is the irony. The molecule that breeders had spent decades eliminating from cannabis was now being extracted from hemp and sold separately at premium prices as a wellness supplement. It was as if we had spent generations breeding all the fiber out of wheat to make the fluffiest possible white bread, then suddenly realized that fiber was actually important for health and started selling it separately as an expensive supplement. Some in the weed industry recognized the absurdity and began breeding balanced strains weed with roughly equal ratios of THC to CBD, mimicking the natural profile that had existed before selective breeding. These strains, often with ratios like 1T1 or 2T1 CBD to THC, provided gentler, more manageable experiences. Users of balanced strains reported reduced anxiety, clearer thinking, and therapeutic benefits without overwhelming intoxication. Medical patients, particularly elderly ones, often preferred these products to high-THC varieties. But in the recreational market, balanced strains remained niche products. The dominance of high-THC cannabis was too entrenched. Most users still equated potency with quality, more THC with better value. Researchers, meanwhile, began exploring what is called the entourage effect, the theory that cannabis works best when all its compounds are present together, that THC, CBD, and the dozens of other cannabinoids and terpenes interact synergistically to produce effects that isolated compounds cannot match. This theory suggested that in our rush to maximize THC, we had dismantled a complex, evolved system that actually worked better when left intact. It was like extracting the caffeine from coffee and discarding everything else. You might get a powerful stimulant, but you lost the rich, complex experience that made coffee culturally significant. Some visionary cultivators and companies began preserving landdress genetics and heirloom strains, seeds from the 1970s and 80s, before the hyperpotent breeding began in earnest. These genetic libraries represented a kind of botanical ark, preserving the diversity that the market had nearly eradicated. But whether this preservation effort will succeed, whether balanced cannabis will ever reclaim significant market share, remains uncertain. Economic forces are powerful, and the infrastructure of the modern weed industry is built around high-THC products. CBD, that lost molecule, has been found again, but whether it will be reintegrated into weed itself or remain a separate wellness product sold in health food stores is still being determined. What is clear is this: for thousands of years, weed naturally produced both THC and CBD in balance. It took humans only 60 years to break that balance. And now we are learning, slowly and expensively, that the balance may have mattered more than we realized. There is a conversation we must have, dear listener, about what happens when you take a plant that humans have co-evolved with for millennia and transform it into something nature never intended. The weed plant, in its natural state, was relatively forgiving. You could use it regularly without significant harm to most people. The gentle strains of the past allowed for daily use, social use, creative use, without the dramatic consequences that pharmaceuticals or alcohol might bring. But we are no longer dealing with that plant. The cannabis of the 2020s, with its extreme THC concentrations and absent CBD, functions more like a drug than a herb. And drugs, particularly powerful psychoactive ones, come with risks that increase with potency. The data is still emerging, but the patterns are becoming difficult to ignore. Emergency room visits related to cannabis have increased significantly in states that have legalized recreational use. These visits typically involve severe anxiety attacks, paranoia, or cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, that bizarre condition I mentioned earlier, where chronic high-potency cannabis use somehow triggers uncontrollable vomiting. Psychiatrists are reporting increased cases of cannabis-induced psychosis, particularly among young users consuming high-potency products. These episodes usually resolve when cannabis use stops, but in individuals predisposed to schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, they can trigger lasting psychiatric conditions. Research from Europe, where high-potency cannabis has been available longer than in the United States, suggests troubling correlations. A major study from London found that daily use of high-potency cannabis above 10% THC was associated with a nearly 5-fold increase in the risk of first-episode psychosis compared to never users. Now, correlation is not causation, and the research is complex. Many factors contribute to psychosis risk: genetics, childhood trauma, other substance use, social stress. Cannabis is not the only factor, perhaps not even the primary factor in most cases, but it appears to be a factor that matters, particularly with high-potency products, and particularly in young people whose brains are still developing. The adolescent brain is especially vulnerable. The endocannabinoid system, those receptors that THC binds to, plays crucial roles in brain development during the teenage years and early 20s. Regular exposure to high-dose THC during these critical years may disrupt normal development in ways we are only beginning to understand. Studies suggest potential impacts on memory formation, executive function, motivation, and emotional regulation. Again, the evidence is preliminary and hotly debated. But the fact that we are having this debate at all about a plant that humans have used relatively safely for thousands of years tells you something about how much we have changed that plant. There is also the question of dependency. Cannabis was never considered highly addictive in the traditional sense. Does uncreate the physical withdrawal symptoms of alcohol or opioids. But psychological dependency is real, and it appears to develop more easily with high-potency products. Treatment centers report increasing numbers of people seeking help for cannabis use disorder, unable to stop despite wanting to, experiencing withdrawal symptoms including irritability, insomnia, anxiety, and cravings. These patients are often young, started using in adolescence, and consume high-potency concentrates or edibles daily. The weed they are using is so far removed from what the hippies smoked that comparing them is almost meaningless. A person vaping 80% THC concentrate multiple times daily is having a radically different experience, with radically different brain exposure, than someone smoking 1% flower at a concert in 1960-9. I must emphasize, most people who use modern weed do not experience severe problems. Many find it helpful for stress, sleep, or medical conditions. Weed remains far less harmful than alcohol or tobacco in terms of overall public health impact, but the margins have shifted. The risk-benefit calculation that applied to natural, balanced weed does not necessarily apply to hyperpotent CBD-depleted products. We have changed the plant enough that we need new research, new education, new approaches to harm reduction. And perhaps most concerning, we made these changes rapidly, driven by market forces and prohibition pressure, without pausing to study the consequences. We ran an uncontrolled experiment on millions of people, with the results still being tallied. This is not an argument for prohibition. Prohibition created many of the problems we now face, but it is an argument for humility, for recognizing that when we manipulate nature so dramatically, we should proceed with caution and honest assessment. The plant we have created is powerful, profitable, and popular. Whether it is wise, only time will tell. The transformation of weed was not solely an American phenomenon, though American market forces certainly drove much of it. The globalization of weed, genetics, and cultivation techniques spread the hyperpotent gospel to every corner of the world where the plant could grow. Let me take you on a brief journey across continents to see how different cultures adapted or failed to adapt to this new reality. The Netherlands, the paradox of tolerance. Amsterdam, with its famous coffee shops, became both the laboratory and the cautionary tale. Dutch tolerance policies, established in the 1970s, created space for breeders to work openly, developing many of the high THC strains that would conquer the world. But by the 2010s, Dutch authorities began expressing concern. The average THC content of cannabis sold in Amsterdam coffee shops had increased from around 9% in the late 90s to 17% by 2015. Emergency room visits related to weed, particularly among tourists unfamiliar with the potency, increased notably. The Dutch government, which had pioneered tolerance, found itself in an awkward position. How do you regulate a product you've allowed to flourish in a gray market for decades? They couldn't exactly mandate lower potency without seeming hypocritical. The situation remained and remains unresolved. Canada. Legalization at scale. Canada legalized recreational cannabis nationwide in 2018. Creating the world's first fully legal national cannabis market outside of Uruguay. The approach was cautious initially, with lower THC limits and restrictions on products, but market pressure quickly eroded those restrictions. Consumers complained that legal products were weaker and more expensive than black market alternatives. Producers pushed for permission to sell higher potency products and concentrates. Within 2 years, Canadian dispensaries were selling products matching anything available in American states. The average THC content of Canadian legal flower now hovers around 20%, with concentrates reaching the same 80 to 90% levels seen elsewhere. Canada, ever polite, had tried to moderate the hyperpotent trend and found it impossible. Europe, the patchwork response. European countries have approached cannabis with wildly varying policies. Spain tolerates private cannabis clubs. Portugal decriminalized all drugs. Germany recently legalized possession and home growing. But much of Europe remains officially prohibitionist, even as cannabis use increases. One consistent pattern: wherever cannabis use is common, potency has increased. Studies from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and Italy all document the same trend. The hashish and marijuana available today tests far higher in THC than comparable products from 2 or 3 decades ago. British researchers have been particularly vocal about concerns. A team at King's College London has published multiple studies linking hypotency cannabis to increased psychosis risk, and they've called for public health measures addressing potency specifically, not just use in general. Latin America. The traditional producers transformed. Mexico, Colombia, Jamaica, the countries that once supplied the world with relatively mild cannabis flower have seen their traditional cannabis agriculture transformed by the same forces that reshaped American cultivation. Mexican cartels, facing increased competition from American domestic production, shifted strategies. Instead of growing massive fields of low-potency outdoor cannabis, they invested in greenhouse operations with advanced genetics. The Mexican weed crossing the border in the 2020s is nothing like the brickweed of the past. It is often hydroponically grown, high THC, indoor quality product. Colombia, which once exported legendary landrace strains like Colombian Gold, has seen those genetics largely replaced by modern hybrids bred for potency over everything else. The traditional knowledge of Colombian cannabis farmers, how to cure, how to grow specific landrace sizes, being lost as globalized cannabis genetics dominate. Jamaica faces a particular irony, the birthplace of Rastafarian spiritual cannabis use, where the plant has cultural and religious significance, now sees traditional outdoor ganja being replaced by hyperpotent imports and locally grown hybrids. The spiritual connection to cannabis, which valued the plant for consciousness, expansion, and community rather than mere intoxication, struggles against market forces that value only THC percentage. Asia and Africa, the next frontiers. In much of Asia and Africa, cannabis remains deeply illegal and culturally taboo, despite long histories of traditional use in some regions. But even here, the hyperpotent genetics are spreading. South African growers have begun cultivating high THC strains using Dutch genetics. Thailand, which recently decriminalized weed, has seen an explosion of grow operations focused on premium high-potency product for export and tourism. India, ironically, where the Western medical cannabis story began with Dr. O'Shaughnessy, maintains prohibition even as traditional cannabis use continues in some regions, and where it continues, potency is slowly increasing as modern genetics infiltrate traditional grows. The pattern is universal. Wherever cannabis is grown in the 21st century, THC content is pushed upward. The economic logic is too powerful, the market demand too consistent, the genetic knowledge too widely distributed. Traditional, balanced cannabis genetics are becoming rare, preserved mainly by dedicated seed banks and heirloom enthusiasts. The diversity that nature created over millions of years, that human cultivation maintained for thousands of years, has been reduced to a narrow band of high THC varieties in just 6 decades. We have globalized hyperpotency. The entire world, from Amsterdam to Johannesburg to Bangkok, is now engaged in the same experiment. What happens when humanity has access to cannabis that is 10 to 20 times stronger than what our ancestors used? The answer to that question is still being written. In hospital emergency rooms and research laboratories, in policy debates and personal experiences all across the globe, not everyone has celebrated the hyperpotent revolution. As the consequences of extreme potency become more apparent, voices of concern have grown louder from surprising sources. The scientists sound the alarm. Dr. Nora Volkow, director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, has repeatedly warned about the risks of high-potency cannabis. In interviews and scientific publications, she has pointed out that modern cannabis products create brain exposure to THC that is orders of magnitude higher than what any previous generation experienced. "We're conducting a natural experiment," she said in a 2020 interview, "and we don't know the outcome." Dr. Stacy Gruber, a neuroscientist at Harvard Medical School who studies cannabis's effects on the brain, has documented concerning changes in brain structure and function among young people who use high-potency products regularly. Her research suggests that higher potency correlates with greater risk of cognitive effects and dependency. Researchers in the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia have published similar warnings. A consensus is forming in the scientific community. Whatever we know about cannabis safety from historical use, we cannot assume it applies to hyperpotent modern products. Longtime users notice the change. On online forums, in interviews, in letters to cannabis publications, longtime users have expressed unease about what their beloved plant has become. "I smoked weed for 30 years, one user wrote on a Reddit thread. "The stuff today is not the same. It doesn't make me relaxed and creative like it used to. It makes me anxious and paranoid. I had to quit, and that breaks my heart." Similar testimonials are common. People who used cannabis happily for decades find that modern products no longer agree with them. They describe feeling too high, uncomfortable, unable to function. Many have switched to CBD products or stopped using cannabis entirely. These are not the voices of prohibitionists or drug warriors. These are cannabis's natural constituency. People who loved the plant and now feel betrayed by what market forces have turned it into. Medical professionals share mixed views. Physicians who work with medical cannabis patients report a complex picture. Some patients benefit dramatically from high THC products, particularly for pain, nausea, or appetite stimulation. For them, higher potency means less product needed for relief. But other medical professionals have noticed problems. Emergency room doctors describe increased cannabis-related visits. Psychiatrists see more cannabis-induced psychosis. Addiction specialists report younger patients seeking treatment for cannabis dependency. Dr. Yasmin Hurd, a neuroscientist who studies addiction, has called for better education about potency. Patients need to understand that the weed oils and edibles available today can contain THC levels that would have been unthinkable even 10 years ago, she has written. This is not your grandmother's marijuana, the advocates' dilemma. Perhaps the most conflicted voices belong to cannabis legalization advocates, the activists who spent decades fighting prohibition, who argued that cannabis was a relatively safe plant that didn't deserve criminalization. Many of these advocates now find themselves in an awkward position. They don't want to provide ammunition to prohibitionists, but they also can't ignore what's happening with potency. Some have begun speaking out carefully, trying to thread the needle between supporting legalization and expressing concern about hyperpotent products. "We fought for legal weed, but I don't know if this is what we were fighting for," one longtime activist told me, speaking on condition of anonymity. "We wanted people to be able to use cannabis safely, not to create products that might actually be dangerous." Organizations like the Drug Policy Alliance and Normal National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws have begun including discussions of potency in their educational materials. They encourage users to start with low doses, to avoid concentrates if they're inexperienced, to seek balanced strains if high THC products cause anxiety. But these organizations also resist calls for potency restrictions, arguing that prohibition created the potency problem, and more regulation isn't the answer. It's a philosophical tangle. How do you acknowledge that something you fought to legalize has evolved into something potentially problematic without betraying your core principles? The industry's response: mostly silence the cannabis industry. for its part, has largely avoided the conversation about potency-related risks. Companies focus marketing on quality, purity, and brand experience, rarely acknowledging that their products might be stronger than is ideal for many users. Some responsible companies have begun offering microdose products, low-dose edibles, balanced strains, educational materials about starting slow, but these remain niche offerings. The mainstream market continues to celebrate high THC numbers as a selling point. Industry conferences rarely feature sessions on potency-related harms. The focus is on cultivation techniques, extraction methods, marketing strategies, and regulatory compliance business concerns, not public health concerns. There is a troubling parallel here to the alcohol industry's relationship with problem drinking, or the tobacco industry's relationship with lung cancer. Not that weed is as harmful as tobacco, it isn't, but the pattern of economic incentive overriding public health concern is familiar and unsettling. A conversation the culture needs. What's emerging is a complex conversation that doesn't fit neatly into the old prohibition versus legalization framework. It's possible to support legal weed and be concerned about hyperpotency. It's possible to acknowledge both therapeutic benefits and potential harms. It's possible to celebrate the end of the drug war while questioning what market capitalism has done to the plant. But having that nuanced conversation requires moving beyond the binary thinking that dominated weed policy for a century. It requires admitting that legalization, while better than prohibition, brings its own challenges that need addressing. The voices of concerned scientists, users, medical professionals, even some advocates are growing louder. Whether the industry, the regulators, and the consuming public will listen remains to be seen. For now, the hyperpotent revolution continues, driven by market forces that show no sign of reversing, and the long-term consequences of this grand experiment remain unknown. So here we stand, dear listener, at a crossroads. We have transformed weed more dramatically in 60 years than it changed in the previous 10,000. We have created products of stunning potency, products that can deliver more THC in a single puff than an entire 19th century tincture contained. We have stripped away the balancing compounds, engineered out the diversity, reduced a complex plant to a simple commodity defined by a single number. And now we must decide, what do we do about it? The regulatory challenge. Some European countries have begun exploring potency caps, legal limits on how much THC a product can contain. The Netherlands has considered capping coffee shop weed at 15% THC. Switzerland's legal medical weed program limits products to 1% THC for recreational use, requiring prescriptions for anything stronger. In the United States, Vermont considered but ultimately rejected THC potency caps. The arguments against caps are practical. They're difficult to enforce. They might push consumers back to the black market, and they seem paternalistic in a country that allows cigarettes and hard liquor to be sold freely. But the arguments for some form of potency regulation are also compelling. We regulate alcohol by proof. We restrict the sale of high-proof spirits differently than beer. We require warning labels on strong medications. Why should weed be different? One compromise approach gaining attention is differential taxation, taxing high-potency products at higher rates, using the tax structure to incentivize production and consumption of lower potency, more balanced products. This preserves choice while creating economic nudges toward safer options. Another approach is mandatory warning labels specifically for high-potency products, similar to warnings on alcohol or tobacco. This product contains more than 20% THC. Higher potency products may increase risks of anxiety, paranoia, and dependency, especially for new users. The challenge is crafting regulations that protect public health without recreating the problems of prohibition. It's a delicate balance, and different jurisdictions are experimenting with different approaches. The education imperative, perhaps more important than regulation, is education. Most weed users, especially younger ones, have no idea how much the plant has changed. They assume the risks described in decades-old research apply to modern products, but they don't, because the products have changed so dramatically. Public health campaigns need to address several key points. First, start low and go slow with edibles and concentrates. A 10 milligram edible is not a small dose for many people. It's overwhelming. 5 milligrams, or even 2.5 milligrams, is a better starting point. Second, potency isn't quality. The highest THC product is not necessarily the best product. A balanced strain with lower THC and higher CBD might provide a more enjoyable and therapeutic experience for many users. Third, age matters. Adolescent brains are more vulnerable to weed's effects, particularly high-potency products. Delaying use until the mid-20s, when brain development is complete, reduces potential risks. Fourth, frequency and quantity matter. Occasional use of even high-potency products is very different from daily use. Someone vaping 80% concentrates multiple times per day is exposing their brain to chronic high-dose THC in ways that historical weed users never did. Some dispensaries have begun offering weed sommeliers trained staff who ask about experience level, desired effects, and health concerns, then recommend appropriate products and dosages. This is the kind of responsible retail practice that should become industry standard, the return to balance. There is a small but growing movement within weed culture toward balance and moderation, a recognition that more is not always better. Some cultivators are deliberately breeding lower potency, balanced strains. Companies with names like Flocana and Humboldt Seed Company market craft weed that emphasizes the full chemical profile, not just THC content. They speak of terpensta, aromatic compounds that give different strains their unique smells and effects, and the entourage effect of whole plant medicine. CBD products, as I mentioned earlier, have created a legitimate market for non-intoxicating weed use. This has opened minds to the possibility that weed can be valued for reasons other than how high it gets you. There is also renewed interest in landrace and heirloom genetics, preserving the genetic diversity that modern breeding nearly destroyed. Seed banks like the landrace team travel to remote regions, collecting and preserving traditional genetics. Afghan landrace is Colombian landrace, Thai strains that haven't been crossed with modern hybrids. These preservation efforts recognize that genetic diversity has value, that we may have thrown away something important in our rush toward potency, and that we might someday want it back. Personal responsibility. Ultimately, much comes down to personal choice and responsibility. Legal weed gives adults the freedom to use products as they see fit. With that freedom comes the responsibility to use them wisely. Users should know what they're consuming, read labels, ask questions, understand potency, respect the power of modern weedids, not the same plant your parents used. Listen to your body. If products cause anxiety or discomfort, try something different. Consider balanced strains, equal parts. THC and CBD often provide better experiences. Avoid daily high dose. Use regular tolerance breaks. Allow your endocannabinoid system to reset. Be especially cautious if you're young, pregnant, or have personal or family history of mental illness. These aren't prohibitionist talking points. They're harm reduction. The acknowledgement that weed, like anything that affects consciousness, deserves respect and care. A hopeful note. Despite all the concerns I've raised, I remain cautiously hopeful. The weed community has proven itself capable of innovation and adaptation. The same ingenuity that created hyperpotent products can create balanced, therapeutic, sustainable alternatives. Research restrictions are loosening. Scientists can now study weed more easily than they could a decade ago. We're learning about the endocannabinoid system, about how different cannabinoids and terpenes interact, about who is most vulnerable to adverse effects and why. This knowledge will enable better products, better education, better regulation. We're at the messy beginning of truly understanding this plant we've been using for millennia, and that understanding will grow. Some jurisdictions are experimenting with allowing home growing typically 6 plants for personal use. Home growing could create a counterbalance to commercial hyperpotency. People growing their own weed for personal use have no incentive to maximize THC. They can select for flavor, effect, growing ease, sustainability. There are also promising developments in synthetic cannabinoids, not the dangerous spice and K2 products that have caused so much harm, but pharmaceutical-grade compounds that mimic weed's effects more safely and predictably. These could provide medical benefits without the risks of combustion or the unpredictability of plant material. The wisdom we need. What we need, fundamentally, is wisdom. The recognition that just because we can create something doesn't mean we should, or that we should do so without restraint. We can create 90% THC concentrates, but should we market them to young people as routine products? We can breed out CBD entirely, but should we, knowing what we now know about its protective effects? We can push potency ever higher, but at what point do we stop and ask, is this serving human well-being or just corporate profit? These are not questions science alone can answer. They require values, ethics, philosophy, domains humans have grappled with for as long as we've been human. Weed has been our companion for thousands of years. It has served us well in many ways. Perhaps it's time we served it better in return by treating it with respect, by preserving its diversity, by using it wisely rather than merely maximally. The path forward is not prohibition. That experiment failed catastrophically, but neither is it uncritical celebration of hyperpotency. It's a middle path, a balanced path, one that acknowledges both potential and risk, both benefit and harm, both freedom and responsibility. Whether we will walk that path remains to be seen. For now, the experiment continues, and we are all participants, whether we realize it or not. As we near the end of this long remembrance, I find myself reflecting not just on weed itself, but on what the story of weed reveals about human nature. This is, after all, a story we have told many times before with different protagonists. The story of how we take something natural and useful, something that has served us well for generations, and transform it in pursuit of more profit, more potency, more efficiency, until we risk destroying the very qualities that made it valuable. We have done this with food, breeding wheat, until it barely resembles its ancestors, creating tomatoes that are beautiful and flavorless. We have done this with animals, breeding dogs into shapes that can barely breathe, cows that produce so much milk their bodies break down. We have done this with our medicines, our crops, our entertainment, our relationships with the natural world. And now we have done it with weed, creating in 60 years what evolution would never have produced: a plant engineered for a single purpose, stripped of balance and nuance. There is something almost inevitable about this pattern, as though humanity cannot help but push every useful thing to its extreme. We are a species of optimizers, always seeking the strongest, the fastest, the most efficient. And yet, in our optimization, we often lose sight of what made the thing worth having in the first place. I remember standing in ancient gardens where weed grew wild, its flowers reaching toward the sun, producing a modest array of compounds in natural harmony. The plant asked nothing of us but water and light. It gave freely of its gifts: fiber for rope, seeds for sustenance, medicine for the afflicted, and yes, a gentle alteration of consciousness for those who sought it. That plant served humanity well for thousands of years. It required no laboratories, no PhDs in plant genetics, no industrial extraction equipment. It simply was, in all its natural complexity. And then we decided it could be better. The transformation began innocently enough. A farmer notices that one plant seems stronger than the others, so he saves its seeds. A breeder crosses two varieties and discovers the offspring has desirable traits. This is agriculture, the foundation of civilization, humans shaping nature to serve human needs. But somewhere along the way, the shaping became something else. It became an arms race, a competition, a relentless pursuit of a single metric at the expense of all others. We stopped asking, is this plant good? And started asking only, how high is the THC? The tragedy is not that we bred more potent weed. The tragedy is that we did so blindly, without pausing to consider what we were losing, without studying the consequences, without even acknowledging that we were conducting a vast experiment on ourselves. Prohibition played its role, of course. When you make something illegal, you create powerful economic incentives to maximize potency and minimize volume. A pound of 10% weed and a pound of 30% weed require roughly the same effort to grow and carry the same legal risk, but the latter is worth far more. The mathematics are simple and brutal, but prohibition did not act alone. Even in legal markets, where the risk of imprisonment no longer applies, the same drive toward hyperpotency persists. This tells us something important. It is not just the law that shapes the market, but human desire itself, endless hunger for more, stronger, better. I have watched societies throughout history grapple with intoxicants, and the pattern is always the same. Wine becomes fortified, wine becomes distilled spirits, becomes grain alcohol, becomes industrial solvents consumed for effect. Coca leaves become cocaine, becomes crack. Opium becomes morphine, becomes heroin, becomes fentanyl. The trajectory is always the same. From natural substance used in traditional ways, to concentrated extract, to purified chemical, to something so far removed from the original plant that it might as well be a different thing entirely. Weed has followed this arc with remarkable speed. In just 6 decades, we have gone from gentle landrace flowers to concentrates so pure they are essentially pharmaceutical preparations. We have taken a plant and turned it into a drug, in the medical sense of that word, isolated, concentrated, standardized compound designed for maximum effect. Some will argue that this is progress. Standardization allows for consistent dosing. Concentration allows for medical applications that require high doses. Extraction produces clean products without the harmful effects of combustion. All of this is true, but we must also acknowledge what has been lost. We have lost the genetic diversity that represented millions of years of natural evolution and thousands of years of human cultivation. We have lost the balanced chemical profiles that made historical weed use relatively safe. We have lost the cultural wisdom that treated weed as something to be respected rather than simply consumed. Most fundamentally, we have lost the relationship between humans and this planter relationship that once felt almost sacred, where the plant was teacher as well as servant, where the experience was as much about expansion of consciousness as about intoxication. I do not romanticize the past. The hippies of the 1960s were not all enlightened seekers, and historical weed use was not without problems. But there was something in that era's relationship with weed that has been lost in our current age of hyperpotency and commercialization. The counterculture approached weed with a certain reverence, a sense that it was opening doors of perception, connecting them to something larger than themselves. Whether that connection was real or imagined matters less than the intention behind it, the desire to learn, to grow, to see the world differently. Today's weed culture, at least in the mainstream, seems to have lost much of that spiritual dimension. Weed has become just another commodity, another product to be consumed, another way to get high. The plant that once inspired philosophy now inspires mainly brand loyalty. This, too, is a pattern I have seen throughout history. The sacred becomes profane. The mysterious becomes mundane. The transformative becomes transactional. It happened with wine, once reserved for religious ceremonies and now sold in grocery stores. It happened with tobacco, once used ceremonially by indigenous peoples and now manufactured by the billions as cheap cigarettes. It is happening now with weed. Perhaps this is inevitable in a capitalist society, where everything eventually becomes a product, where spiritual experiences are packaged and sold, where even transcendence has a price point. But inevitability does not mean we must accept it without question. We can choose to resist the reduction of weed to mere We can choose to preserve its genetic diversity, to cultivate balanced strains, to approach its use with intention rather than habit. We can choose to remember what we have forgotten. For at its best, weed is a teacher, plant a substance that, used wisely and with respect, can offer insights about consciousness, about the nature of perception, about the arbitrary boundaries we draw between self and world. This teaching quality does not require extreme potency. Indeed, extreme potency may obscure the teaching, overwhelming the student with sensation rather than illuminating understanding. I think often of the ancient mystics who used weed in their spiritual practices. They did not measure THC percentages or shop for the strongest concentrate. They approached the plant with preparation, with ritual, with intention. They used it as a tool for exploration, not an escape from reality. This is the relationship with weed that deserves to be recovered, not the specific potency levels of the past. We cannot, and perhaps should not, return to 1% THC Mexican brick weed. That ship has sailed, and few would want to return to those days in any case. But we can return to the principles that guided human relationship with this plant for most of its history. Respect, moderation, balance, intention, and awareness that we are working with a powerful substance that deserves care. The story of weed is, in the end, a mirror held up to humanity. It shows us our ingenuity and our recklessness, our capacity for innovation and our tendency toward excess, our desire for transcendence and our vulnerability to addiction. It shows us how prohibition can backfire, creating the very problems it seeks to solve. It shows us how market forces, left unchecked, will optimize for profit rather than well-being. It shows us how quickly we can transform the natural world for better and worse. And it shows us, perhaps most importantly, that we are capable of learning, of course correction, of recognizing mistakes and choosing different paths. The question that remains is whether we will learn from what we have done to weed, whether we will apply that learning before we repeat the same pattern with the next plant, the next substance, the next natural gift that we decide to engineer into something nature never intended. I remain hopeful, dear listener, because I have seen humanity's capacity for wisdom as well as folly. I have watched societies learn from their mistakes, slowly and imperfectly, but genuinely. The conversation about weed potency is beginning. The research is underway. The awareness is growing. Perhaps, in time, we will find a middle path away to enjoy weed's benefits without destroying its balance, to preserve its diversity while serving modern needs, to honor its past while shaping its future. Perhaps we will learn to ask not just how strong can we make this, but how wise can we be in our use of this gift. That would be true progress. That would be wisdom worthy of the plant's ancient heritage. And with that reflection, dear listener, we turn now to the practical questions of our modern age, to the voices of those who live daily with the consequences of the hyperpotent revolution. If you wish to truly understand what the transformation of weed means, you must listen to the voices of those who use it, not the statistics or studies, but the lived experiences of real people navigating this new landscape. I have spent years collecting these stories, from online forums and interviews, from quiet conversations in dispensaries and treatment centers, from letters written by concerned parents and confused users. What emerges is a picture far more nuanced than either the prohibitionists or the evangelists would have you believe. Let me share with you some of these voices. The longtime user. My name is Michael, and I've been smoking weed since 1973, one man told me, his voice carrying the weight of 5 decades of experience. I started when I was 17, during the tail end of the hippie era. We smoked joints at concerts, passed them around at parties, used it to relax after work. It was mellow, man. You'd smoke and listen to music, have deep conversations, maybe laugh at stupid jokes. It was fun. He paused, his eyes distant with memory. I quit in 2015. You know why? Because I couldn't handle what weed had become. I went to a dispensary in Colorado, was legal by then, which I'd fought for my whole adult life, and I bought what they said was a good strain, took 3 hits, and spent the next 4 hours convinced I was dying. Heart racing, paranoid thoughts, couldn't function. It was terrifying. I tried different strains, lower doses, edibles, same thing every time. Too strong, too intense, too much. The weed I loved for 40 years was gone, replaced by something I didn't recognize, so I stopped. And that breaks my heart, because weed was part of my life for longer than most marriages last. His story is not unique. Across the country, longtime weed users are discovering that the plant they once knew has become something alien to them. The gentle euphoria has been replaced by overwhelming intoxication. The social, communal experience has given way to solitary consumption of products so strong they render normal activity impossible. The medical patient I have chronic pain from a car accident, a woman named Sarah shared with me. 3 herniated discs, nerve damage, the works. I was on opioids for years, and they were destroying my life. A doctor suggested medical weed, and it changed everything. But here's the thing, I don't use high THC products. I use a 1:1 ratio, equal parts THC and CBD, 10 milligrams of each, twice a day. It manages my pain without getting me high. I can work, take care of my kids, live my life. The problem is, when I tell other patients this, they look at me like I'm crazy. They want the strongest stuff available, 50 milligram edibles, 80% concentrates. And I watch them get so intoxicated they can't function, then complain that medical weed doesn't work. Weed works for pain, but you don't need to be obliterated to get the benefits. Actually, I think being too high makes the pain worse because you're anxious and paranoid. But nobody wants to hear that. They think more THC equals more relief. And it just doesn't work that way. Sarah's experience echoes what many medical professionals are discovering. That for most medical applications, moderate doses of balanced weed work better than high doses of pure THC. But this message struggles against decades of cultural conditioning that equates potency with effectiveness. The young user: I started smoking when I was 16. A young man named Jake told me, his hands fidgeting as he spoke. It was 2018, so this was modern weed, you know. Dabs, vape, pens, 25% flower. That's all I've ever known. At first, it was great. I felt relaxed. Everything was funny. Food tasted amazing. I was vaping every day, multiple times a day. Wake and bake before school, smoke at lunch, dabs after school, more dabs before bed. I went through a gram of concentrate a week, sometimes more. By the time I was 19, I couldn't stop. I tried multiple times, but the withdrawals were bad. Couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, irritable as hell, sweating, nightmares. I'd last 3 or 4 days and then give in because I felt so awful. What scares me is that people still say weed isn't addictive. I'm living proof that's not true. Or maybe it's not the weed itself, but these super strong concentrates. I don't know. All I know is I'm 22 years old and I've been to rehab twice for weed. That's not supposed to be possible, right? Jake's story represents a growing population of young people who began their weed use in the hyperpotent era and developed dependencies that previous generations rarely experienced. Treatment centers across the country report increasing admissions for weed use disorder, predominantly among people under 30 who use high potency products daily. The parent, our daughter, is 17. A mother named Linda said, her voice breaking. She's been using weed since she was 15. Started with vape, pen so discreet, odorless. We had no idea for months. By the time we figured it out, she was using constantly. In the bathroom, in her bedroom, at school, everywhere. We tried to talk to her about it. But she said it was natural, that it helps her anxiety, that it's safer than alcohol. And we did and have good arguments, because everything we'd been told about weed was that it was undangerous. Then she had a psychotic break. Sophomore year, middle of the school day, she became convinced that people were following her, trying to hurt her, full paranoid delusion. She ended up in psychiatric hold for 72 hours. The doctors said it was weed-induced psychosis, likely triggered by hypotency use in an adolescent brain. She's okay now, stopped using, on medication for anxiety, but it was terrifying. And when I tried to warn other parents, they acted like I was being hysterical, like I was some anti-drug warrior making things up. I'm not against weed. I think adults should be able to use it if they want. But these products are too strong, especially for developing brains. And nobody wants to talk about it because they're afraid of sounding like the reefer madness people. Linda's fear is shared by parents across the country who watch their children use weed products far more potent than anything available in previous generations, with emerging evidence suggesting unique risks for adolescent brains still in development. The veteran I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. A veteran named Marcus told me, came back with PTSD that made it hard to function. Couldn't sleep, couldn't be in crowds, constant anxiety. The VA put me on a cocktail of medications that turned me into a zombie. A buddy suggested weed. I was skeptically de-smoked a few times in high school and did UNT like it, but I was desperate. Started with high THC products like everyone recommended. Made everything worse. More paranoid, more anxious, worse sleep. Then I met this old hippie at the dispensary who suggested a high CBD strain, like 2% THC and 15% CBD. Changed my life. Suddenly I could sleep. The constant tension eased. I could be around people again without wanting to flee. The weird thing is, CBD was free before they bred it all out of weed. We spent decades making weed stronger and stronger, and accidentally removed the part that actually helps with anxiety and PTSD. Now we're extracting CBD from hemp and selling it separately, when it used to just be part of the plant naturally. Makes you wonder what else we've lost in the pursuit of getting more high. Marcus's observation cuts to the heart of the issue. In our rush to maximize THC, we eliminated the very compounds that made weed useful for many medical conditions. Now we are slowly rediscovering what traditional users always knew, that the plant works best as a whole, not as an isolated chemical. I work in a dispensary in Denver. A young woman named Keisha shared, I see hundreds of customers every week, and I can tell you exactly what they ask for. What's your strongest flower? What's your highest THC concentrate? What's going to get me the most high for my money? It doesn't matter if I try to explain terpenes, or the entourage effect, or that high CBD strains might actually give them a better experience. They just want the highest number on the label. It's like they're shopping for proof. In alcohol, higher number means better product. The sad part is, I watch people buy $25 grams of 90% concentrate when they probably have a better experience with $15 eighth of balanced flour. But they think concentrate is premium. They think high THC means high quality, and nothing I say will change their minds. The market has trained people to equate potency with value. And as long as that's true, we'll keep racing toward stronger and stronger products. Even though I see people every day who are clearly using way more than is good for them. Keisha's perspective from behind the counter reveals how market forces shape consumption patterns. Dispensaries make more profit on concentrates than flour. Customers believe higher THC means better value, and the cycle perpetuates itself, regardless of whether it serves consumer well-being. The recovering addict people don't want to hear this, a man named Devin said, his voice steady but sad. But weed can destroy your life, just like any other drug. It did mine. I started using at 14. By 16, I was high every waking moment. I told myself I needed it for anxiety, for sleep, for creativity. Really, I was just addicted. I failed out of high school, lost jobs, ruined relationships, all while telling myself it was just weed, harmless, natural. What I was using wasn't natural, though dabs, mostly, 80–90% THC, multiple times a day. My tolerance was so high, I could barely feel normal without it. And when I tried to quit, the withdrawal was brutal. Worse than when I quit cigarettes. I've been clean for 3 years now. I go to support groups, Weed Anonymous, which people mock because how can you be addicted to weed, right? But the meetings are full of people like me, young, mostly, started with strong products, used daily for years, can't stop, even though it's ruining their lives. I'm not saying weed should be illegal, but I am saying we need to be honest about what these modern products can do. This isn't your parents' weed, it's something else, and it can hook you just like anything else if you're not careful. Devin's journey through addiction and recovery challenges the comfortable narrative that weed is harmless. While most users do not become dependent, those who do face unique challenges. A drug warrior culture that denies weed can be addictive, making it hard to seek help and products so potent that dependency develops more easily than with historical weed. These voices, the long-time user, the medical patient, the young user, the parent, the veteran, the bud tender, the recovering addict, they tell a story that statistics cannot fully capture. They reveal the human dimension of the weed transformation, the benefits and harms, the wisdom and folly, the healing and hurting that coexist in this new landscape. What strikes me most is the common thread running through nearly all these stories. A sense that something valuable has been lost, even as something new has been gained. The plant that once brought people together now often isolates them. The herb that once expanded consciousness now often overwhelms it. The medicine that once healed with gentleness now sometimes wounds with its strength. This is not to say that all weed use is problematic. Most people who use weed, even modern high-potency products, do so without significant harm. But the margins have shifted, the risks have increased, and we are only beginning to understand the full implications of what we have created. As I listen to these voices, I am reminded that behind every statistic, every percentage point of THC, every laboratory analysis, there are human beings, people seeking relief, pleasure, connection, healing. They deserve honesty about what these products are and what they can do. They deserve education, not propaganda. They deserve weed that serves their needs, not just the market's profits. The question is whether we are willing to provide it. For decades, the weed advocacy community fought against the stigmatization of their chosen plant, arguing that it was far less harmful than legal substances like alcohol and tobacco. This argument was largely correct. Weed is indeed less toxic, less deadly, less socially destructive than alcohol. But in making this argument, many advocates went too far, claiming that weed was essentially harmless, that it carried no risk of dependency or addiction. This claim, comfortable as it may have been for the cause of legalization, was never quite true. And with modern hyperpotent weed, it has become dangerously misleading. Let me take you into the science of how weed affects the brain and why dependency is not only possible but increasingly common with today's products. The endocannabinoid system within your brain and throughout your body exists a remarkable system of chemical receptors and signaling molecules called the endocannabinoid system. This system was not created by weed, rather. Weed happens to produce compounds that interact with this ancient biological network. The endocannabinoid system plays crucial roles in regulating mood, memory, appetite, pain perception, immune function, and stress response. It operates as a kind of dimmer switch for many other neurotransmitter systems, turning signals up or down to maintain balance. Your body produces its own cannabinoids, endocannabinoids, like anandamide and 2-cannabinoid receptors, and help maintain this balance. Weed works by flooding this system with plant-derived cannabinoids, primarily THC, that overwhelm your natural regulation. In moderate amounts, occasionally, this can be pleasant and even therapeutic. Your body can handle the temporary disruption and return to normal when the weed wears off. But with chronic use of high-potency products, something else happens. Downregulation and tolerance. When you repeatedly expose your endocannabinoid system to large amounts of THC, your brain adapts. It reduces the number of cannabinoid receptors available, making the system less sensitive. This is called downregulation, and it is the biological basis of tolerance. You need more weed to achieve the same effect because there are fewer receptors for it to bind to. Users recognize this phenomenon well. The joint that used to get you beautifully high now barely affects you. So you smoke more or switch to stronger products, and the cycle accelerates. With historical low-potency weed, this tolerance developed slowly, if at all. Most users could smoke the same amount for years without significant tolerance increases. The low THC levels simply did not overwhelm the system enough to trigger major adaptation. But with modern concentrate sati, or 90% THC, consumed multiple times daily, the downregulation happens rapidly and dramatically. Within months, regular users can develop substantial tolerance, needing doses that would have been unthinkable in previous eras. And here is where dependency enters the picture. Physical withdrawal. When a heavy weed user suddenly stops, their endocannabinoid system is in a state of disruption. The receptors have been downregulated. The natural production of endocannabinoids has been suppressed, and suddenly there is no external THC to compensate. The result is withdrawal, a constellation of symptoms that can include severe insomnia, sometimes lasting weeks, loss of appetite and nausea, irritability and mood swings, anxiety and restlessness, vivid, often disturbing dreams. Physical symptoms like sweating, headaches, and tremors. These symptoms typically peak around 3 to 5 days after cessation and can last 2 to 4 weeks, sometimes longer for heavy users. For years, the weed community denied that such withdrawal existed, or minimized it as trivial compared to alcohol or opioid withdrawal. And it is true that weed withdrawal is not medically dangerous the way alcohol withdrawal can be. No one dies from stopping weed. But for the person experiencing it, the withdrawal is real and often severe enough to drive them back to use. This is the hallmark of physical dependency, continuing to use, not for pleasure, but to avoid the discomfort of withdrawal. Psychological dependency. Beyond the physical aspects, weed use can become psychologically entrenched through habit and behavioral conditioning. When someone has used weed daily for years to wake up, to eat, to sleep, to socialize, to work, to relax, the drug becomes woven into the fabric of their life. Stopping means not just enduring withdrawal symptoms, but restructuring one's entire daily routine, finding new ways to cope with stress, boredom, or anxiety. For many users, weed has become their primary coping mechanism, and life without it feels unmanageable. This is especially true for those who began using in adolescence, when healthy coping skills are still developing. If you learn to handle stress by getting high rather than by developing resilience, you may reach adulthood without the emotional tools most people take for granted. Weed use disorder. The psychiatric community recognizes weed use disorder as a legitimate diagnosis defined by a pattern of problematic use leading to significant impairment or distress. The criteria include things like using more than intended or for longer than intended, repeated unsuccessful efforts to cut down or stop, spending a great deal of time obtaining or using weed, cravings or strong desires to use, continued use despite social or interpersonal problems, giving up important activities because of use, using in physically hazardous situations, continued use despite knowing it causes or worsens problems, tolerance, withdrawal. Not every weed user develops this disorder. In fact, most do not. Current estimates suggest that about 9% of people who try weed will develop problematic use, compared to 15% for alcohol and 32% for tobacco. But here is what concerns researchers. That 9% figure comes from studies conducted when weed was much less potent. Some experts believe the risk may be higher with modern high THC products, perhaps as high as 17% for daily users. The populations most vulnerable appear to be adolescents, whose brains are still developing, people with family history of addiction, those using weed to self-medicate for mental health conditions, daily or near-daily users, those using high-potency concentrates rather than flower. The potency connection research increasingly suggests a dose-response relationship between weed potency and risk of adverse outcomes, including dependency. Studies from the Netherlands and United Kingdom have found that daily use of high-potency weed carries significantly higher risk of dependency than occasional use of lower potency products. This makes intuitive sense. If you are exposing your brain to massive doses of THC daily, the neuroadaptations will be more pronounced than with occasional exposure to modest doses. Your endocannabinoid system will be more disrupted, your tolerance will build faster, and your withdrawal will be more severe. The chronic concentrate user vaping 90% THC multiple times daily is engaged in a fundamentally different behavior than the occasional flower smoker of the 1960s. Comparing them is like comparing someone who drinks a glass of wine with dinner to someone who drinks a pint of vodka throughout the day. They are both drinking alcohol, but the actual behavior and its consequences are wildly different. Treatment and recovery for those who develop weed use disorder. Recovery can be challenging because the drug war narrative makes it difficult to acknowledge the problem. Family and friends may minimize it. It's just weed. You can quit whenever you want. Treatment professionals may have limited experience with weed-specific issues, and the recovering person themselves may struggle with shame, having internalized the message that weed is harmless. But treatment is available and effective. Cognitive behavioral therapy, motivational enhancement therapy, and contingency management have all shown success in helping people reduce or stop problematic weed use. Support groups like Weed Anonymous provide community for those in recovery. The key is recognizing that dependency is not a moral failing, but a predictable neurobiological response to chronic exposure to a powerful psychoactive substance. With modern high-potency weed, that response is becoming more common, and we need to address it honestly rather than pretending it does not exist. A balanced view. I want to be clear, acknowledging that weed can cause dependency is not the same as saying it should be illegal, or that most users will have problems, or that it is as dangerous as more harmful drugs. But honesty requires admitting that these hyperpotent products carry real risks, especially with daily use, especially for young people, especially for those who are vulnerable. We can support legalization while also supporting education, treatment, and harm reduction. The science is clear. Modern weed affects the brain powerfully and can create genuine dependency. Denying this helps no one, least of all the people struggling with problematic use who need support, not judgment or dismissal. In the next chapter, we will turn to perhaps the most concerning question raised by the weed transformation. What happens when developing adolescent brains are exposed to these hyperpotent products? The answer, I am afraid, is not reassuring. Of all the concerns raised by hyperpotent weed, none troubles me more deeply than its effects on the adolescent brain. For it is during adolescence, that tumultuous period from roughly age 12 to the mid-20s, that the human brain undergoes its final and most crucial phase of development. And it is precisely during this vulnerable period that many young people are being exposed to weed products of unprecedented strength. Let me explain why this matters so profoundly. The developing brain. The adolescent brain is not simply a smaller version of an adult brain. It is a brain in transformation, undergoing dramatic restructuring that will shape cognitive abilities, emotional regulation, and decision-making for the rest of life. During adolescence, the brain engages in a process called synaptic pruning, eliminating unnecessary neural connections while strengthening those that are frequently used. This is how the brain becomes more efficient, more specialized, more capable of abstract thought and impulse control. The prefrontal cortex, which governs executive functions like planning, judgment, and impulse control, is one of the last brain regions to mature, typically not reaching full development until the mid-20s. Meanwhile, the limbic system, which processes emotions and rewards, is already highly active during adolescence, creating the characteristic teenage pattern of strong emotions, combined with poor impulse control. This developmental imbalance explains much adolescent behavior, the risk-taking, the emotional intensity, the difficulty thinking through consequences. It is a natural and necessary phase of growth. But it is also a period of extraordinary vulnerability to environmental influences, including drugs. The endocannabinoid system in development. The endocannabinoid system plays crucial roles in brain development, helping to guide the formation and pruning of neural connections, regulating neurotransmitter release, and modulating neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to adapt and change. When you introduce large amounts of external cannabinoids during this critical period, you risk disrupting these developmental processes. It is like trying to construct a building while someone keeps moving. The blueprints, the end result, may be structurally unsound. Animal studies have shown that adolescent exposure to cannabinoids can produce lasting changes in brain structure and function that persist into adulthood, even after use stops. Human studies, while more limited due to ethical constraints, suggest similar concerns. cognitive effects, multiple studies have found associations between adolescent weed use and impairments in several cognitive domains. Memory and learning. The hippocampus, crucial for memory formation, is rich in cannabinoid receptors and appears particularly vulnerable to weed effects during adolescence. Studies have found that adolescents who use weed regularly show deficits in verbal memory, with some evidence suggesting these deficits may persist even after prolonged abstinence. Attention and executive function. Regular adolescent weed use has been associated with difficulties in sustained attention, cognitive flexibility, and planning, all functions governed by the prefrontal cortex. These impairments can make academic work more difficult and may contribute to poor school performance. Processing speed. Some research suggests that early weed use may slow cognitive processing speed, the rate at which the brain can take in, understand, and respond to information. IQ effects. Perhaps most concerning, several longitudinal studies have found that persistent weed use beginning in adolescence is associated with IQ decline. A famous study from New Zealand followed 1,000 individuals from birth to age 38 and found that those who used weed heavily during adolescence lost an average of 8 IQ points, a decline that was not fully recovered even after quitting. Critics have questioned whether these effects are truly caused by weed or whether they might reflect pre-existing differences, socioeconomic factors, or use of other substances. The research continues, but the weight of evidence suggests genuine causal effects, especially with heavy use. The potency question. Here is what makes the current situation particularly alarming. Virtually all of this research was conducted before the hyperpotent era. The adolescents studied in most of these papers were using weed with THC levels of 5 to 10%, not the 25 to 35% flower or 80 to 90% concentrates available today. We have almost no data on what happens when developing brains are exposed to these extreme concentrations. We are, in effect, conducting an uncontrolled experiment on an entire generation. Some researchers have begun to raise urgent alarms. Dr. Stacy Gruber at Harvard has documented concerning changes in brain structure, specifically in white matter integrity, which affects how different brain regions communicate among adolescents using high-potency concentrates. Dr. Krista Lisdahl at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee has found that adolescents using high-potency weed show greater impairments in working memory and attention than those using lower potency products, suggesting a dose-response relationship. The logic is straightforward. If moderate potency weed can affect the developing brain, then high-potency products likely have stronger effects. How much stronger, we do not yet know. But we may not know until an entire generation has served as test subjects. Mental health impacts beyond cognitive effects. Adolescent weed use, especially high-potency use, has been linked to mental health concerns that can persist into adulthood, depression and anxiety. While many adolescents report using weed to cope with anxiety or depression, longitudinal studies suggest that heavy use may actually worsen these conditions over time. The relationship is complex. Does weed cause mental health problems? Or do people with mental health problems use weed to self-medicate? But evidence increasingly points to bidirectional effects, with heavy use contributing to worsening mental health. Psychosis risk. Perhaps the most concerning finding involves psychosis, a break from reality characterized by hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thinking. Multiple large studies from Europe have found that adolescent use of high-potency weed significantly increases the risk of developing psychotic disorders. A landmark study from London found that individuals who began using high-potency weed daily during adolescence had a nearly 5-fold increased risk of psychosis compared to non-users. While the absolute risk remains relatively low, most adolescent weed users do not develop psychosis. The association is strong enough that it cannot be dismissed. Those most vulnerable appear to be individuals with genetic predisposition to schizophrenia or other psychotic disorders. For these vulnerable individuals, heavy adolescent weed use may act as a trigger, precipitating illness that might otherwise have remained dormant or emerged later and less severely. The mechanism likely involves disruption of the dopamine system during a critical period of its development, combined with direct effects on the endocannabinoid system's role in regulating neural connectivity. Amotivational syndrome. Clinicians have long observed what they call amotivational syndrome in heavy adolescent weed users, a pattern of decreased drive, reduced goal-directed activity, difficulty with long-term planning, and general apathy. Critics have argued this is not a real syndrome, but rather a stereotype or the result of depression. But neuroimaging studies have found that heavy adolescent users show reduced activity in brain regions associated with motivation and reward processing, suggesting a biological basis for these observations. The concern is that if an adolescent's motivational systems are disrupted during the crucial period when they should be developing life skills, educational foundations, and career trajectories, the long-term consequences could be profound, not because of a single period of use, but because of derailed development during a window that cannot be recovered. The social dimension beyond the direct neurobiological effects. Heavy weed use during adolescence can disrupt the social and emotional development that occurs during this critical period. Adolescence is when young people learn to navigate complex social relationships, develop emotional regulation skills independent of parental support, form identity, and acquire the competencies needed for adult independence. If weed becomes the primary way a teenager handles stress, boredom, or social anxiety, they may fail to develop these crucial life skills. I have spoken with school counselors who describe adolescent students who are high throughout the school day, not because they are seeking pleasure, but because they feel unable to function without weed. These young people are missing not just classes, but the entire developmental experience of learning to cope with the challenges of adolescence. Why adolescents are particularly vulnerable. Several factors converge to make adolescents especially susceptible to weed-related harms. First, as I have explained, their brains are in a critical phase of development, making them more vulnerable to disruption. Second, adolescents tend to use more heavily than adults once they start. They are more likely to progress to daily use. The adolescent brain's reward system is hypersensitive, making drugs feel more rewarding, while the underdeveloped prefrontal cortex provides less impulse control to moderate use. Third, adolescents have less life experience and fewer developed coping mechanisms, making them more likely to use weed to deal with problems rather than developing healthier strategies. Fourth, peer influence is extraordinarily powerful during adolescence. If a young person's friend group normalizes daily use, they face enormous pressure to conform. And fifth, adolescents often feel invulnerable, dismissing warnings about future consequences. My brain is fine, they insist, unable to perceive subtle changes in their own cognitive functioning. The vaping epidemic. The rise of vaporizers and vape pens has made high-potency weed use especially accessible to adolescents. These devices are discreet, odorless, and easy to use at school, at home, anywhere. Parents often have no idea their teenager is using because there is no telltale smell of smoke, no visible paraphernalia. Moreover, vape cartridges typically contain concentrates testing at 70 to 90% THC, far stronger than any smokable flower. An adolescent taking a few puffs from a vape pen throughout the day may be exposing their brain to more THC than heavy users consumed in an entire week during the 1970s. School administrators across the country report epidemic levels of vaping, with students openly using devices in bathrooms, hallways, even classrooms when teachers are not looking. Some schools have had to install additional monitoring systems or close bathrooms during class periods. The normalization of weed, the message that it is harmless, natural, safer than alcohol, has combined with unprecedented potency and ease of access to create what some public health experts describe as a perfect storm for adolescent harm. What the research shows, let me summarize what the current evidence suggests. Acknowledging the limitations and uncertainties that remain occasional. Experimental use of low-potency weed during late adolescence probably carries minimal long-term risk for most individuals. Regular use during early to mid-adolescence, especially of high-potency products, is associated with measurable cognitive impairments, increased mental health risk, and potential for lasting neurobiological changes. Those most vulnerable include individuals who start young before age 16, use heavily, daily or near daily, use high-potency products, concentrates, rather than flower, have family history of mental illness, or continue use for years. The reversibility of effects is unclear. Some impairments may recover with prolonged abstinence. Others may persist, and we do not yet know how to predict who will experience lasting harm. The precautionary principle, given the uncertainties and the stakes involved. Many scientists advocate for applying the precautionary principle in the absence of complete evidence. When the potential for serious harm exists, we should err on the side of caution. This does not mean we should return to the failed policies of the drug war, arresting adolescents for weed possession and ruining their futures with criminal records. The cure cannot be worse than the disease, but it does mean we should take seriously the risks of adolescent use, especially heavy use of high-potency products. It means parents should talk honestly with their children about these risks. It means schools should provide education grounded in science rather than scare tactics. It means dispensaries should refuse sales to minors and check identification rigorously. And it means we as a society should question whether we are comfortable with the current trajectory, where weed products of unprecedented strength are increasingly accessible to young people whose brains are uniquely vulnerable to harm. A personal reflection: I have lived through many eras and watched many substances rise and fall in popularity. Each generation believes it understands the risks better than its predecessors, that it can manage what previous generations could not. But the adolescent brain has not changed. It is still developing, still vulnerable, still prone to the same impulsivity and invulnerability that has characterized adolescence throughout human history. What has changed is the substance itself. The weed available to teenagers today is fundamentally different from what their parents or grandparents used. It is stronger by an order of magnitude, more convenient to use, more socially normalized, and its effects on developing brains are largely unknown. We are allowing our children to participate in an experiment whose results will not be known for decades. And unlike a controlled scientific study, this experiment has no informed consent, no safety monitoring, no ability to intervene if things go wrong. That should trouble us deeply. In the chapters that follow, we will explore what can be done, the policies, the education, the harm reduction strategies that might help us navigate this new landscape more wisely. But first, we must be honest about the problem we face. Our transformation of weed has created something that may be particularly dangerous for the young. And the young, as always, are the least equipped to protect themselves. Having explored the science and heard the voices of those affected, we must now turn to the most vexing question. What, if anything, should be done about weed potency from a policy perspective? This is not a simple question, and it does not admit of simple answers. The extremes are clearful. Prohibition has failed catastrophically, while completely unregulated markets may create public health harms, but the middle ground is treacherous territory, filled with competing values, unintended consequences, and the weight of history. Let me walk you through the various approaches that have been proposed or implemented, examining their merits and limitations. The case for potency limits. Some jurisdictions have considered or implemented caps on THC content legal maximums, beyond which products cannot be sold. The logic is straightforward. If high-potency products carry greater risks, especially for vulnerable populations, then limiting potency could reduce harm while still allowing legal access to weed. Vermont considered capping flower at 30% THC and concentrates at 60%. Canada initially limited edibles to 10 milligrams of THC per package. Uruguay, the first country to fully legalize recreational weed, restricts products to 9% THC. The potential benefits of such limits include reduced harm. Lower potency products would mean less overwhelming intoxication, fewer emergency room visits, lower risk of weed use disorder, and potentially less severe effects on adolescent brains. Market correction. Potency caps could interrupt the arms race toward ever stronger products, allowing balanced strains and moderate potency options to compete more successfully. Protection of vulnerable users, new users, those with low tolerance, and individuals prone to anxiety or psychosis would face less risk if products were inherently less potent. But the arguments against potency caps are also substantial. Enforcement challenges. How do you prevent people from simply using more of a lower potency product to achieve the same effect? A person who wants to consume 100 milligrams of THC will do so, whether it comes in one 10 milligram dose or 10 single milligram doses. Black market incentive. If legal products are capped at lower potencies than black market offerings, some consumers, especially heavy users with high tolerance, may return to illegal sources, undermining one of legalization's primary goals. Paternalism concerns. In a society that allows people to drink high-proof spirits and smoke cigarettes, restricting weed potency seems inconsistent and perhaps infantilizing of adults' ability to make their own decisions. Medical access. Some medical patients genuinely benefit from high-potency products, particularly for severe pain or nausea. Potency caps could deny them effective treatment. Arbitrary cutoffs. What is the right limit? 30%, 20, 10. Any number is somewhat arbitrary, and setting it requires making value judgments about acceptable risk that may vary across individuals and conditions. The experience of jurisdictions that have implemented potency caps has been mixed. Uruguay's low limits have contributed to a thriving black market, as users seek stronger products than the legal market provides. Vermont ultimately decided against implementing their proposed caps after industry pushback and concerns about enforcement. Differential taxation by potency, a more subtle approach, involves taxing weed based on potency, with higher taxes on higher THC products. This preserves consumer choice while using price signals to nudge behavior toward lower-risk options. The model would work similarly to alcohol taxation, where spirits are taxed at higher rates than beer and wine. A product with 15% THC might face a base tax rate, while a product with 30% THC faces double that rate, and a 90% concentrate faces 10 times the base rate. The advantages of this approach include preserved choice. Adults can still purchase high-potency products if they choose, but face economic disincentives to do so routinely. Revenue generation. The additional tax revenue could fund education, treatment, and research programs. Market shaping. Over time, differential taxation could shift the market toward moderate potency products without outright bans. Flexibility. Tax rates can be adjusted based on emerging evidence about harms, allowing policy to evolve as we learn more. The challenges include regressive effects. Sin taxes tend to burden lower-income users more heavily, potentially punishing those least able to afford it. Administrative complexity. Implementing a sliding-scale tax system requires robust testing infrastructure and careful policy design. Industry resistance. Producers of high-potency products would likely lobby aggressively against such measures, arguing they would harm business and drive consumers to black markets. Several Canadian provinces have explored potency-based taxation with mixed implementation. Illinois includes potency considerations in its tax structure, but no jurisdiction has yet implemented a truly comprehensive potency tax system, so the real-world effects remain uncertain. Mandatory warning labels. A less controversial approach involves requiring clear warning labels on high-potency products, similar to warnings on alcohol or tobacco. These labels would inform consumers about risks without restricting access. Effective warning labels might include potency information, clear indication of THC and CBD content, with context about what constitutes high potency. Health warnings, specific warnings about risks to pregnant women, adolescents, individuals with personal or family history of psychosis, and drivers. Usage guidelines, suggestions like start low and go slow, or wait at least 2 hours before consuming more for edibles. Dependency information, acknowledgement that daily use of high-potency products can lead to tolerance and withdrawal. The weed industry has generally accepted warning labels as a reasonable compromise. They impose minimal cost on producers and preserve adult choice while potentially reducing harm through better-informed decisions. However, research on warning labels for tobacco and alcohol suggests their effectiveness is limited. People often ignore warnings, especially if they are using regularly or are young. Labels may provide some marginal benefit, but cannot substitute for more comprehensive education and harm reduction efforts. Age restrictions and enforcement. One area where consensus exists is that weed should not be available to minors. All legal weed jurisdictions restrict sales to adults, typically 21 in the United States and 18 or 19 in Canada. The challenge is enforcement. Unlike alcohol sales, which occur in heavily regulated establishments with strong incentives to check identification, weed sales in some jurisdictions occur through less controlled channels. Stricter enforcement measures could include severe penalties, substantial fines, or license revocation for dispensaries that sell to minors, creating strong economic incentives for rigorous ID checking. Mystery shopper programs, regular testing of dispensaries using young-looking adults to ensure compliance. Technology solutions, ID scanning systems that verify authenticity of identification documents and flag suspicious patterns. Social host liability, legal consequences for adults who provide weed to minors, similar to laws around alcohol. Additionally, some have proposed special restrictions on products that are particularly appealing or accessible to youth. Flavor restrictions, banning candy-flavored edibles or vape cartridges that mimic youth-oriented products. Packaging requirements, child-resistant packaging and plain labeling that does not appeal to young people. Marketing restrictions, prohibiting advertising that targets or appeals to minors, including use of cartoon characters or celebrity endorsements popular with youth. These measures have been more successful than potency restrictions in garnering broad support, because protecting children from access represents a shared value across the political spectrum. Public health campaigns beyond regulation of products themselves. Comprehensive public health education represents a critical policy tool. Effective campaigns could address potency literacy, teaching people what THC percentages mean, how to read labels, and why more is not necessarily better. Harm reduction practices, promoting strategies like starting with low doses, choosing balanced strains, avoiding daily use, and never driving while impaired. Youth-targeted messaging, age-appropriate education about adolescent brain development and weed risks, without resorting to scare tactics that undermine credibility. Parent education, helping parents understand modern weed products, recognize signs of use, and have productive conversations with their children. Normalization of moderation, cultural messaging that treats weed use as something that requires thought and intention, not mindless consumption. The key is that such education must be evidence-based and credible. The failure of programs like DARE, which relied on exaggerated claims and scare tactics, taught us that young people tune out messaging that seems dishonest or alarmist. Modern public health campaigns should be honest. Weed is not harmless. High-potency products carry real risks. Adolescent use is particularly concerning, but prohibition is not the answer. This nuanced message is harder to convey than simple "just say no" slogans, but it has the virtue of being true. The home-growing option one, often overlooked policy tool, is permission for home cultivation. Many legal jurisdictions allow adults to grow a small number of plants, typically 4 to 6, for personal use. Home growing could serve as a counterbalance to commercial hyperpotency in several ways. User control. People growing their own weed can select strains based on desired effects rather than simply maximum THC, potentially leading to use of more balanced varieties. Cost reduction. Homegrown weed costs pennies compared to dispensary prices, removing the economic incentive to maximize potency. Quality awareness. Growing your own creates appreciation for the plant as a living organism with complex chemistry, not just a commercial product. Reduced commercialization. A robust home-growing culture could resist the tendency toward industrial, profit-maximizing production. The challenge is that home growing requires space, knowledge, and effort that not everyone has. It may appeal to enthusiasts, but will never replace commercial markets for most consumers. Still, as part of a broader policy mix, it could play a constructive role. The international dimension weed policy is increasingly a global conversation, with different jurisdictions experimenting with different approaches and learning from each other's experiences. Uruguay's restrictive potency limits have created a persistent black market, but also ensured that new users are not exposed to hyperpotent products. The Netherlands coffee shop model has provided decades of quasi-legal access, but struggles with potency creep in products sold. Canada's national legalization has generated enormous amounts of policy learning in real time, both successes and failures. As more countries consider legalization, Germany has recently moved in that direction. Australia is debating it. Mexico's courts have mandated if the global policy laboratory will continue to generate evidence about what works and what does not. International cooperation could address shared challenges, preventing youth access, managing potency concerns, ensuring product safety, and reducing organized crime involvement. But it could also allow for policy diversity, with different approaches suited to different cultural contexts and values. No perfect solution. What becomes clear from this examination is that there is no perfect policy solution to the challenge of weed potency. Every approach has trade-offs, costs, and benefits, intended and unintended consequences. Prohibition failed catastrophically, but complete deregulation may create public health harms we cannot ignore. Potency limits might reduce harm, but could drive users to black markets. Taxation might nudge behavior, but could be regressive and administratively complex. Warning labels inform, but may not change behavior. Education is essential, but difficult to get right. The wisest approach likely involves a combination of strategies, implemented with humility about the limits of our knowledge and willingness to adjust course as we learn more. We should protect young people from access while avoiding criminal punishment for use. We should educate honestly about risks while respecting adult autonomy. We should use tax and regulatory tools to shape markets toward safer options while preserving choice. We should invest heavily in research to fill the enormous gaps in our understanding. Above all, we should recognize that weed policy exists within a broader context of drug policy and public health. If we want people to make wise choices about weed, we need to create conditions where wise choices are possible: access to accurate information, availability of balanced products, treatment for those who develop problems, and a culture that values health over profit. The transformation of weed has created a challenge that will be with us for generations. How we respond will say much about our priorities as a society, whether we value short-term profit or long-term well-being, whether we learn from mistakes or repeat them, whether we can hold complexity or demand simplistic solutions. The policy puzzle has no single answer, but asking the right questions is itself progress. Amid all the concerns about hyperpotency, commercialization, and potential harms, there exists a quieter story, one of hope, preservation, and a return to balance. It is the story of those who recognized what was being lost and dedicated themselves to saving it. Let me introduce you to the preservation movement, the seed keepers and heritage cultivators who work to maintain weeds, genetic diversity, and ancient wisdom, the landrace collectors in remote mountain valleys of Afghanistan, on the hillsides of Jamaica, in the forests of Thailand. Weed still grows, as it has for millennia, shaped by natural selection rather than human intervention for maximum THC. These landrace strains represent irreplaceable genetic heritage, the product of thousands of years of adaptation to local conditions. They contain genes that have been systematically eliminated from modern commercial varieties genes for disease resistance, for balanced cannabinoid profiles, for resilience to environmental stress. A small group of dedicated individuals has made it their mission to find and preserve these genetics before they disappear forever. The Landry's team, a collective of international seed preservationists, travels to remote regions, documenting and collecting traditional varieties. I have followed their work with great interest, journeying to Morocco to document traditional hashish cultivation, to Colombia to preserve the genetics of the legendary Colombian gold strain, to India to study the weed varieties still used in religious ceremonies. These plants are libraries, one of the collectors told me, his hands cradling seeds that had been grown by the same family for generations. Every landrace carries genetic information that took millennia to develop. When we lose a landrace, we lose not just a strain, but an entire evolutionary history. Solutions to problems we don't even know we'll face. The work is urgent. As globalization reaches even remote areas, traditional farmers are increasingly replacing their landraces with modern high-THC hybrids that promise higher profits. A way of cultivation that survived colonialism, prohibition, and countless wars is now disappearing in a single generation, not through suppression, but through market forces, the seed banks. While some preservationists work in the field, others maintain what can only be described as botanical seed banks that preserve genetic diversity for future generations. The Seed Vault in Svalbard, Norway, built deep into a mountain to withstand even nuclear war, contains samples of thousands of crop varieties, including hemp seeds. More specialized weed seed banks maintain living genetic libraries specifically dedicated to this plant. These institutions face unique challenges. Weed seeds remain illegal in many jurisdictions, making preservation work legally precarious. The plant's biology, requiring both male and female plants for reproduction, means that maintaining varieties requires actual cultivation, not just frozen storage. And the knowledge of how to properly grow and preserve each variety is often held by aging cultivators who may take their wisdom to the grave. Yet the work continues, driven by the conviction that genetic diversity has intrinsic value, that we may someday need these genes we are so carelessly discarding. The balanced strain breeders. Not all modern weed breeding aims for maximum THC. A new generation of breeders is deliberately creating balanced strains varieties with equal or even higher levels of CBD than THC, designed to provide therapeutic benefits without overwhelming intoxication. I visited one such breeder in Northern California, a woman named Sarah who had spent a decade developing what she called functional weed strains that patients could use throughout the day without cognitive impairment. Her greenhouse contained dozens of experimental crosses, each carefully tracked and tested. The market wants high THC, she explained, walking me through rows of plants, but patients need something different. They need pain relief without being unable to work. They need anxiety reduction without paranoia. They need medicine, not just intoxication. Her strains, with names like Remedy and Sweet and Sour Widow, typically tested around 8% THC and 12% CBD. Patients reported that these varieties provided relief without the side effects of high THC products. The irony, she continued, is that this is what weed naturally was before we bred it into something extreme. I'm not inventing anything new, I'm recovering what we lost, but selling balanced strains remains challenging. Dispensaries want products that test high in THC because that is what customers ask for. Sarah's carefully bred balanced varieties often sit on shelves while 28% THC flower flies off them. It's frustrating, she admitted, but I believe the market will eventually mature. People are starting to realize that the highest THC isn't always the best experience. It just takes time for culture to catch up with science. The craft weed movement. Alongside the breeding preservationists, a craft weed movement has emerged. Small-scale cultivators focused on quality over quantity, terroir over potency, sustainability over profit. These producers grow weed the way artisan vintners make wine or craft brewers make beer, emphasizing distinctive characteristics, environmental stewardship, and traditional methods. They speak of terpene profiles the way sommeliers speak of wine notes. They describe the effects of different strains with a vocabulary far richer than simple indica versus sativa. Flow, Kana, Co. Collective of small Northern California farms has built a business model around craft weed. They connect independent farmers to consumers who value quality, sustainability, and the human story behind their products. We're trying to create an alternative to industrial weed, their founder explained to me. Weed should be about relationship between grower and plant, between consumer and medicine, between humans and nature. When you industrialize and commodify it, you lose all of that. You get a product, but you lose the soul. The craft movement faces enormous challenges competing with large-scale industrial producers who benefit from economies of scale. A small farm growing weed outdoors in living soil cannot match the price per unit of a warehouse operation with automated systems and maximized yields. But they are finding customers, people willing to pay more for weed that has been grown with care, that comes from known sources, that represents values beyond simple consumption. The education advocates, perhaps most importantly, a movement has emerged focused on education, teaching people about weed's complexity, its history, the importance of balanced use, and the value of genetic diversity. Organizations like Project CBD have dedicated themselves to educating consumers and medical professionals about the importance of cannabidiol and other minor cannabinoids. They publish research summaries, maintain databases of medical studies, and advocate for access to whole plant medicine rather than isolated compounds. Students for Sensible Drug Policy works on college campuses, providing peer education about safer weed use, the importance of starting with low doses, avoiding daily use during adolescence, understanding potency labels, and seeking help if problems develop. Former longtime weed advocates like Keith Stroop, founder of NOR-ML, have begun speaking about potency concerns even as they continue to support legalization. We fought for legal weed, Stroop has said. But that doesn't mean we should be silent about problems with how the legal market has developed. Real advocacy means honest advocacy. The return of ritual, most intriguingly. I have observed the emergence of communities that approach weed use with intentionality and ritual consciously, resisting the normalization of casual, mindless consumption. These groups, often informal gatherings of friends or organized ceremonies, create structured contexts for weed use. They might begin with meditation, set intentions for the experience, use moderate doses of balanced strains, engage in meaningful conversation or creative activity, and conclude with reflection. Weed used to be sacred, one ceremony leader told me. Not in every culture, maybe, but in many. It was approached with respect, with preparation, with purpose. Somewhere along the way, it became just another thing to consume mindlessly while scrolling through your phone. We're trying to recover that sense of sacred use. These weed ceremonies draw inspiration from various traditions, indigenous practices, Hindu religious use, the more contemplative aspects of Rastafarianism, while creating something new, suited to modern sensibilities. The movement remains small, countercultural, even within weed culture, but it represents an important reminder that how we use a substance matters as much as whether we use it. A different vision. What unites all these preservation efforts, the seed keepers, the balanced breeders, the craft cultivators, the education advocates, the ceremony holders, is a shared vision of what weed could be if we chose differently. They envision a weed culture based on respect rather than consumption, on quality rather than potency, on diversity rather than monoculture, on wisdom rather than commerce. They imagine dispensaries that educate rather than just sell, that offer balanced products alongside high THC ones, that treat weed as medicine and teacher rather than mere commodity. They dream of a regulatory framework that values genetic diversity, that supports small-scale craft production, that encourages research and education, that protects youth while respecting adult autonomy. They hope for a cultural shift that treats weed use as something that deserves thought and intention, not mindless habitware. Getting high is understood as a powerful alteration of consciousness that should be approached with care, not a casual default activity. Is this vision realistic? Can it compete with the enormous economic forces driving the hyperpotent commercial market? Will enough people choose balance over maximum intensity to make preservation efforts viable? I do not know. The forces pushing toward hyperpotency market, demand, profit motive, the momentum of established patterns are formidable. But I also know that throughout history, small groups of dedicated individuals have preserved what others abandoned, maintained knowledge when it seemed worthless, protected seeds when everyone else sought gold, and often, in time, the value of what they preserved became clear. The genetic diversity of weed, the wisdom of balanced use, the possibility of relationship rather than mere consumption, these are worth preserving, even if their value is not immediately obvious in a market obsessed with potency percentages. For someday, perhaps, we will look back and be grateful that some people had the wisdom to save what others thoughtlessly discarded. We will be glad that not everyone joined the race to the bottom of the bottle, the rush to the most extreme. We will appreciate those who remembered that the best of something is rarely the most of it. That day may not come soon, but it will come. And when it does, the preservationist, the quiet keepers of seeds and wisdom, will be ready. As I near the end of this long remembrance, I find myself wanting to leave a message for those who will come after the generations, who will inherit the world we have shaped, who will live with the consequences of choices we made without fully understanding them. If you are reading or hearing these words decades from now, perhaps even centuries hence, know that we tried. We made mistakes, many of them, but we also learned. And what we learned, I hope to pass on to you now. We learned that progress is not always progress for most of human history, We equated technological advancement with improvement. If we could make something stronger, faster, more efficient, we assumed we should. We'd taught USR, should have taught USA, that this logic has limits. We made weed stronger, yes, but did we make it better? We made it more profitable, certainly, but did we make it more useful? We engineered it to deliver maximum intoxication, but did we improve the human relationship with this ancient plant? The answer, I am afraid, is no. In many ways, we made weed worse by making it stronger. We lost balance, diversity, wisdom in our pursuit of potency. We optimized for a single metric and sacrificed everything else. This is a lesson that extends far beyond weed. Every time we engineer nature for maximum productivity, we risk destroying the very qualities that made it valuable. Every time we reduce complexity to simplicity, we lose something we may not be able to recover. If you inherit a world where this lesson has been learned, where progress is measured not by extremity, but by sustainability, not by profit, we learned that markets need boundaries for a time. Many of us believed that free markets, left to their own devices, would naturally produce the best outcomes. Consumers would demand quality, producers would compete to provide it, and the result would be products that served human needs. Weed showed us the flaw in this thinking. The market naturally optimized for profit, not for human well-being. It naturally selected for the highest THC products because those commanded premium prices, regardless of whether they were best for users. The market had no mechanism for valuing genetic diversity, balanced profiles, or long-term health outcomes. These things do not show up on quarterly balance sheets, and so they were discarded, even though they mattered profoundly. If you live in a world that has learned to regulate markets intelligently, to preserve what markets cannot value, to protect what profit margins cannot seethe, then you have moved beyond a mistake we made. We learned that prohibition creates problems it cannot solve. The story of weed is in large part the story of prohibition's failure. We made this plant illegal, declared war on it, imprisoned millions of people for using or selling it, and the result, weed became more potent, more widely used, more profitable for criminals, and more destructive of lives, not through its chemical effects, but through the legal consequences of its use. Prohibition taught us that making something illegal does not make it go away, simply makes it more dangerous, more profitable for black markets, and more devastating to communities. Every problem we associate with illegal drugs, violence, impurity, lack of quality control, difficulty accessing treatment, stems not from the substances themselves, but from their prohibition. If you have inherited a world that has learned this lesson fully, that approaches substance use with honesty rather than hysteria, with healthcare rather than punishment, then you are wiser than we were. We learned that young people deserve truth, not propaganda. For decades, we lied to young people about drugs. We told them weed would make them go insane, that it was a gateway to harder drugs, that anyone who used it was morally bankrupt. And because these lies were so obviously untrue, young people stopped believing anything we said about drugs. When we finally began to legalize weed, we overcorrected. We told young people it was harmless, natural, safer than everything else. And this too was a lie, a more subtle one, but a lie nonetheless. Weed is not harmless, especially for developing brains, especially in high potencies, especially with daily use. But neither is it the demon drug of prohibition propaganda. Young people deserve the truth. Weed is a powerful substance that can be used well or poorly. that carries real risks, especially during adolescence. But that does not justify locking people in cages. They deserve education that respects their intelligence rather than treating them as children who must be frightened into compliance. If you have managed to build a culture of honest drug education, where young people actually trust what adults tell them about substances because it is grounded in evidence rather than ideology, that would be remarkable progress. We learned that corporations will not save us when weed legalization began. Many hoped that bringing the industry out of the shadows and into legitimate commerce would solve problems. Regulated companies would ensure safety, quality, and responsibility, we thought. Instead, we got pharmaceutical marketing applied to psychoactive substances. We got lobbying to prevent sensible regulations. We got advertising that targeted vulnerable populations. We got a race to the bottom in terms of potency and a race to the top in terms of profit. This should not have surprised us. Corporations are machines designed to maximize shareholder value. They will do so unless prevented by regulation, restrained by culture, or redirected by incent. The weed industry, emerging from prohibition into legalization, brought with it all the habits of underground commerce, the focus on potency, the disregard for balance, the pursuit of maximum effect, and wedded them to corporate efficiency and marketing sophistication. The result was predictable. Hyperpotent products, marketed with pharmaceutical precision to populations who had been told for decades that weed was harmless. If you live in a world that has learned to regulate corporate behavior more effectively, that understands profit motive as a tool that must be carefully directed, rather than a force to be unleashed without constraint, then you have wisdom we lacked. We learned that nature has its own logic for millions of years. The weed plant evolved a complex chemical profile. It produced not just tetrahydrocannabinol, but dozens of other cannabinoids, hundreds of terpenes, countless other compounds whose functions we still do not fully understand. This complexity was not random, it was the result of evolutionary pressures, of the plant's interaction with insects, animals, soil, sun, and wind. When we stripped away everything but THC, we were acting with profound arrogance. We assumed we knew better than evolution what the plant should be. We believed we could improve upon millions of years of natural selection by selecting for a single molecule, and perhaps, in a narrow sense, we succeeded. We created weed that delivers more THC than nature ever would have. But we also created something that may be less suited to human use, less beneficial, more likely to cause harm. We optimized for one variable and ignored the system. This lesson extends far beyond weed. Every time we simplify ecosystems, every time we reduce biodiversity, every time we engineer organisms for single traits, without understanding the whole, we risk destroying balances we do not comprehend. If you have learned to approach nature with more humility, to preserve complexity, even when simplicity seems more efficient, to trust that natural systems often contain wisdom our reductive analysis cannot capture, then you have grown wiser than we were. We learned that culture matters as much as chemistry. The effects of weed depend not just on its chemical composition, but on the context in which it is used. The same plant that inspired contemplation in a 1960s commune might inspire anxiety in a stressed modern user scrolling through their phone. The same molecule that facilitated spiritual insight in a ceremonial setting might produce only confusion when consumed mindlessly alone. We forgot this truth in our rush to commercialize weed. We treated it as though its effects were purely pharmacological, as though setting the user's mindset and physical environment did not matter. We sold it like alcohol, as though the only relevant question was how much and how strong, not why and how and with whom. Traditional cultures that used psychoactive plants understood what we forgot. These substances are tools, and tools must be used with skill, intention, and respect. The indigenous peoples who used peyote or ayahuasca or weed did so within elaborate cultural frameworks that shaped the experience, provided meaning, offered support and guidance. We removed those frameworks and wondered why people had bad experiences. If you have managed to create or preserve cultural contexts for weed use rituals, guidelines, communities of practice that help people use it well, rather than merely using it, then you have recovered something valuable that we nearly lost. We learned that legalization was necessary, but not sufficient for decades. The weed reform movement focused almost entirely on ending prohibition. We argued, correctly, that weed should not be illegal, that people should not be imprisoned for using or selling it, that the drug war was causing more harm than the drugs themselves, and we won. Slowly, state by state, country by country, prohibition began to crumble. Weed became legal or decriminalized in many places. Millions of people were no longer at risk of arrest for possessing a plant. This was a victory, and an important one, but it was not the end of the story. Legalization created new challenges. How do we regulate potency? How do we protect youth while respecting adult autonomy? How do we preserve genetic diversity in a commercial market? How do we ensure that weed serves human well-being rather than merely corporate profit? These questions have no simple answers. They require nuance, compromise, ongoing adjustment as we learn more. They require us to move beyond the simple binary of legal versus illegal and grapple with the messy complexity of how to integrate a powerful psychoactive substance into society in a way that maximizes benefit and minimizes harm. If you have found ways to navigate this complexity more skillfully than we did, if you have created regulatory frameworks that are neither prohibitionist nor negligently permissive, then you have accomplished something difficult and valuable. We learned that we are still learning, perhaps. The most important lesson of all is the most humble. We do not yet understand weed fully. Despite thousands of years of human use, despite decades of modern scientific research, there is still so much we do not know. We do not fully understand how THC and CBD and the dozens of other cannabinoids interact with each other and with the hundreds of terpenes in the plant. We do not fully understand why weed affects different people so differently. We do not fully understand its long-term effects on the brain, especially the developing adolescent brain. We do not fully understand the mechanisms by which it helps some medical conditions and potentially harms others. We are, in many ways, still at the beginning of truly understanding this plant, and the transformation we have wrought, the breeding for extreme potency, the elimination of CBD, the creation of concentrates and edibles of unprecedented strength, has happened far faster than our understanding has grown. This should give us pause when we do not fully understand something. When our knowledge is incomplete and our certainty unwarranted, we should proceed with caution. We should conduct research, gather evidence, adjust course as we learn. We should be humble enough to admit uncertainty and wise enough to act conservatively when the stakes are high. If you live in a world that has embraced this epistemic humility, that conducts ongoing research and adjusts policy based on evidence rather than ideology, that admits mistakes and learns from them, then you have achieved a maturity we were only beginning to approach. As I write this letter to you, unknown reader of the future, I am aware that I cannot know what world you inhabit. Perhaps you have solved the problems we created. Perhaps you have created new ones we never imagined. Perhaps the story of weed has continued to evolve in ways that would astonish me. But whatever world you have inherited, I hope you will remember this. The transformation of weed from balanced plant to hyperpotent commodity was not inevitable. It was the result of specific choices, specific policies, specific market forces. It could have been different, and if it has become different in your time, that too will be the result of choices. We have the power to shape our relationship with the natural world, with powerful substances, with each other. That power is immense, and it carries immense responsibility. Use it wisely. Use it humbly. Use it with an eye toward not just profit or pleasure, but toward human flourishing and ecological sustainability. Remember that progress is not always progress, that markets need boundaries, that young people deserve truth, that nature's complexity often contains wisdom. Our analysis misses. And remember, most of all, that weed is just one chapter in a much longer story, the story of how humanity learns, or fails to learn, to live well with the powerful tools and substances our world provides. I hope you are learning better than we did. I hope the mistakes we made will help you avoid making them again. I hope that when you look back on our era, you will see not just our folly, but also our slow, stumbling movement toward wisdom. And if you have weed in your world, whether the balanced plant of antiquity, the hyperpotent commodity of our time, or something new we never imagined, I hope you use it well, with intention, with respect, with awareness of its power and its limits. That is all any of us can do. Use the gifts and challenges we are given as wisely as we can. Learn from our mistakes and try to leave the world a little better than we found it. May you do so more successfully than we have, with hope and humility. The historian, as we approach the end of this long remembrance, I must take you deeper into the chemistry of what we lost, for it is in the molecular details that we find perhaps the most compelling evidence that our transformation of weed was a mistake. Let me explain what scientists call the entourage effect and why it matters profoundly to our story. The orchestra of molecules. When I speak of weed, most people think of two molecules, THC, which causes intoxication, and CBD, which moderates it. But the plant contains far more than these two compounds. A single weed flower produces over 100 different cannabinoids, chemical cousins of THC and CBD, each with its own effects and interactions. It produces more than 200 terpenes aromatic molecules that give different strains their distinctive smells and contribute to their effects. It produces flavonoids, fatty acids, and dozens of other compounds whose functions we are only beginning to understand. In the natural plant, all these molecules work together. They interact with each other, modifying each other's effects, creating an experience that is greater than the sum of its parts. This is the entourage effect, the phenomenon by which the whole plant produces effects that isolated compounds cannot replicate. Think of it like an orchestra. THC is the lead violin, powerful and attention-grabbing. But an orchestra is not just violins, played louder and louder. It is violins and cellos and flutes and percussion and brass, each contributing their voice, each modulating the others, creating harmony that no single instrument could produce alone. When we bred weed to maximize THC and eliminate everything else, we did not create a better orchestra. We created a single violin played at deafening volume, powerful, yes, but monotonous, overwhelming, lacking the richness and balance that made the original beautiful. The role of minor cannabinoids. Let me describe some of the molecules we bred away in our pursuit of maximum THC. Cannabidiol, or CBG, is the molecular precursor from which the plant synthesizes other cannabinoids. In small amounts, it appears to have anti-inflammatory and neuroprotective properties. Some research suggests it may help with anxiety and depression without causing intoxication. Cannabinol, or CBN, forms as THC degrades over time. It has mild sedative properties and may help with sleep, which is why older, properly cured weed was often described as more relaxing than fresh product. When we began breeding for shelf-stable, high THC flower, we inadvertently reduced the natural aging process that created cannabichromene, or CBC, appears to work synergistically with THC and CBD to enhance their anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving effects. It may also contribute to neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to form new connections and adapt. Tetrahydrocannabidiol, or THCV, is a cannabinoid that occurs naturally in some African and Asian landraces. In low doses, it actually blocks cannabinoid receptors, potentially reducing some of THC's effects. In higher doses, it produces its own distinct psychoactive experience. Traditionally bred, weed contained small amounts of THCV that moderated the high. Modern breeding has largely eliminated it from recreational strains. Each of these compounds, and dozens more, contributed to the effects of traditional weed. They worked together, creating a complex experience that was greater than any single molecule could produce. When we stripped them away to maximize THC, we did not just make weed stronger. We fundamentally changed what it was. The terpene symphony, but the story goes deeper still. For cannabinoids are not the only important molecules in weed. The plant's terpenes, those aromatic compounds that give different strains their distinctive smells, also play crucial roles in its effects. Myrcene, which smells earthy and musky, is the most common terpene in most weed strains. It appears to enhance THC's ability to cross the blood-brain barrier, intensifying intoxication. It may also have sedative and muscle-relaxing properties. Strains high in myrcene tend to produce what users call a couch lock, affect deep relaxation and drowsiness. Limonene, which smells of citrus, has mood-elevating and stress-relieving properties. Strains high in limonene tend to produce more energetic, uplifting experiences. It may also have anti-anxiety effects that counterbalance THC's tendency to cause nervousness in some users. Pinene, which smells like pine needles, may improve focus and memory, potentially counteracting THC's tendency to impair short-term memory. It has anti-inflammatory properties and may help open airways, making breathing easier. Linalool, which smells floral and is also found in lavender, has calming and sedative properties. It may reduce anxiety and help with sleep. Weed strains high in linalool were traditionally used for stress relief and insomnia. Caryophyllene has a spicy, peppery aroma. It is unique among terpenes because it also binds to cannabinoid receptors, acting like a cannabinoid itself. It has anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties and may help reduce anxiety without causing intoxication. These are just a few examples. the terpene profile of a weed strain, the specific combination and ratio of terpenes it produces dramatically influences the quality and character of the experience it provides. Traditional weed breeders understood this intuitively. They selected plants not just for potency, but for their aroma, their flavor, the specific quality of the high they produced. A strain like Acapulco Gold was valued not just for its THC content, but for its distinctive, earthy, coffee-like aroma and its energetic, creative high. Thai Stick was prized for its sweet, fruity smell and its cerebral, almost psychedelic effects. Modern breeding, focused narrowly on THC percentage, has reduced this beautiful diversity. Many commercial strains smell similar to generic weed smell because they have been selected for potency rather than terpene complexity. The unique character of different landraces has been homogenized into a few dominant profiles. We have made weed stronger, yes, but we have also made it less interesting, less diverse, less suited to the varied needs and preferences of different users. The CBD protective effect. But let me return to CBD, for its loss represents perhaps the most consequential aspect of the entourage effect. Research in the past 2 decades has revealed that CBD does not merely fail to cause intoxication, it actively modulates THC's effects in multiple ways. First, CBD reduces anxiety and paranoia. One of the most common complaints about modern high THC weed is that it causes uncomfortable anxiety, racing thoughts, paranoid feelings. Research has shown that CBD counteracts these effects, calming the nervous system and reducing the anxiety that THC can trigger. Studies have given subjects pure THC, then THC combined with CBD. The difference is striking. When CBD is present, subjects report far less anxiety, more pleasant experiences, better mood. The CBD doesn't eliminate THC's psychoactive effects, it makes them more manageable and enjoyable. Second, CBD may reduce some of THC's cognitive impairments. Research suggests that CBD can partially protect against THC's effects on memory and attention. While someone using pure THC might struggle to follow a conversation or remember what they were just doing, the presence of CBD appears to maintain more cognitive clarity. Third, CBD has neuroprotective properties. Animal studies suggest that CBD may protect brain cells from some of THC's potentially harmful effects, particularly in developing brains. While this research is still preliminary, it suggests that the balanced weed of the past, with its roughly equal THC and CBD content, may have been significantly safer for young users than today's CBD-depleted products. Fourth, CBD reduces the likelihood of dependency. Research indicates that CBD may reduce the rewarding properties of THC, making it less likely that users will develop compulsive use patterns. The presence of CBD may explain why historical weed use was less likely to lead to dependency than modern hyperpotent products. Think about what this means for millennia. We'd naturally produced a built-in safety mechanism, a molecule that moderated the effects of its psychoactive compound, reduced its harms, made it more pleasant and less risky to use. And in 6 decades, we bred that safety mechanism almost completely out of the plant. It is as though we discovered that alcohol naturally contained a compound that reduced hangover severity, prevented liver damage, and made people less likely to drink excessively, and then we carefully engineered that compound out of all alcoholic beverages because it slightly reduced the intensity of intoxication. The foolishness would be obvious. Yet this is precisely what we did with weed. The medical implications, the loss of the entourage effect, has profound implications for medical weed use. Many patients report that whole plant weed works better for their conditions than isolated THC or CBD alone. A patient using weed for chronic pain might find that a balanced strain with moderate THC, significant CBD, and a rich terpene profile provides better relief with fewer side effects than a high THC concentrate. The multiple compounds work together: CBD, reducing inflammation; THC, blocking pain signals; certain terpenes, providing additional anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects, all while modulating each other to create a more therapeutic and less intoxicating experience. Similarly, patients using weed for anxiety often find that balanced strains work better than high THC products. The CBD calms the nervous system. Certain terpenes, like linalool, provide additional relaxation, and the presence of multiple cannabinoids creates a more stable, less overwhelming experience than pure THC. For conditions like epilepsy, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, and many others, research increasingly suggests that whole plant preparations may be more effective than isolated compounds. The FDA-approved epilepsy medication Epidiolex contains pure CBD, and it works, but some patients report that full-spectrum weed oil works better, suggesting that the other cannabinoids and terpenes contribute to the therapeutic effect. This is not surprising. Evolution spent millions of years creating this complex chemical profile. Modern medicine, with its reductionist approach, assumed it could do better by isolating single compounds. But nature's complexity often contains wisdom we cannot yet fully understand. What the research shows, let me share what scientific studies have revealed about the entourage effect. A 2015 study published in the journal Neurotherapeutics compared the effects of pure CBD and full-spectrum weed extract in animal models of epilepsy. The full-spectrum extract was significantly more effective at reducing seizures, despite containing less total CBD than the pure compound. The researchers concluded that other compounds in the plant enhanced CBD's anticonvulsant effects. A 2018 study in the journal Weed and Cannabinoid Research examined the effects of whole plant weed extract versus pure THC on pain perception. The whole plant extract produced better pain relief at lower doses with fewer side effects. The researchers attributed this to synergistic interactions between THC, CBD, and terpenes. Research from Israel, where medical weed has been legal and widely studied for years, consistently shows that patients prefer and report better outcomes with balanced whole plant products compared to high THC preparations or isolated cannabinoids. The evidence is accumulating. Weed works best as a whole, with all its compounds present and interacting. The more we strip away to isolate THC, the less effective and more problematic it becomes. The genetic bottleneck, the breeding for maximum THC, has created what biologists call a genetic bottleneck, severe reduction in genetic diversity that makes a population vulnerable. Traditional weed contained hundreds of distinct landrace varieties, each adapted to its local environment, each with its unique combination of cannabinoids and terpenes. This diversity represented insurance genetic variation that might prove valuable under changing conditions. Modern weed breeding has funneled this vast diversity through a narrow bottleneck. Most commercial strains today descend from a handful of high THC varieties, primarily Northern Lights. Skunk Number 1, and a few others from Amsterdam breeders in the 1980s and 90s. This means that despite hundreds of strain names in dispensaries, the actual genetic diversity of modern weed is extremely limited. Most strains are minor variations on the same few genetic lineages, all selected for the same trait, maximum THC production. This genetic narrowing makes the entire crop vulnerable. If a disease emerges that affects these popular lineages, we could see catastrophic crop failures, because we have eliminated the genetic diversity that might have contained resistant varieties. Moreover, we have lost access to traits that might have proven valuable. Perhaps there were landraces particularly effective for certain medical conditions. Perhaps some varieties were more resilient to drought or pests. Perhaps some produced unique combinations of compounds we have not yet learned to appreciate. We will never know, because we have allowed much of this diversity to disappear, replaced by endless slight variations of the same high THC genetics. Can we recover what was lost? This brings us to a crucial question. Is it possible to restore the entourage effect, to recover the balance and complexity we bred away? The answer is yes, but it will not be easy, and it may not be complete. Some seed banks and preservation organizations have maintained landrace genetics in frozen storage or in carefully preserved growouts. These seeds represent genetic diversity that can, in theory, be reintroduced into modern breeding programs. Some cultivators are already working on this, crossing landraces with modern varieties to create new strains that combine the vigor and yield of modern genetics with the balanced cannabinoid profiles and rich terpene diversity of traditional varieties. CBD has already made a comeback as a separate product, extracted from hemp and sold widely. Some weed breeders are creating balanced strains with roughly equal THC and CBD, recreating the ratios that existed naturally before selective breeding eliminated CBD. Research into minor cannabinoids and terpenes continues, and as we understand these compounds better, breeders can select for them intentionally rather than inadvertently eliminating them in the pursuit of maximum THC. But recovery will require more than breeding and preservation. It will require a shift in market demand, away from the highest THC percentage and toward overall quality, balance, and the full spectrum of effects that the plant can provide. It will require education teaching consumers that more THC is not necessarily better, that a balanced strain might provide a superior experience for their needs. It will require regulatory frameworks that support diversity rather than standardization, that value genetic preservation rather than just commercial productivity. And it will require patience. We spent 6 decades systematically eliminating balance and complexity from weed. Recovering what was lost will take time, effort, and a willingness to value something other than maximum potency. A molecular lesson, the story of the entourage effect, carries a lesson that extends far beyond weed. It is a lesson about complexity, about systems, about the danger of reductionist thinking that focuses on single variables while ignoring the whole. We live in a world of tremendous complexity ecological systems, with thousands of interacting species, human bodies with trillions of cells coordinating through billions of chemical signals, societies bound together by countless formal and informal relationships. When we try to understand these systems, our natural tendency is to simplify, to reduce, to find the one thing that matters most and optimize for it. And sometimes this works, but often it leads us astray. because the complexity matters, the interactions matter, the balance matters in ways our simplified models cannot capture. Weed teaches us that sometimes the full symphony creates effects that no single instrument, no matter how loud, can replicate. Sometimes the whole is truly greater than the sum of its parts. Sometimes nature's complexity contains wisdom that our cleverness cannot improve upon. If we can learn this lesson, if we can approach complex systems with more humility, more appreciation for interactions we do not fully understand, more caution about optimizing single variables at the expense of systemic balance, then perhaps the transformation of weed, for all its problems, will have taught us something valuable, but only if we learn. Only if we recognize what we have done and choose differently going forward. The molecules remember what we have forgotten. Perhaps it is time we listened to what they have to tell us, as we continue our examination of how weed became what it is today. We must turn our attention to the economic forces that shaped its transformation, for it was not solely growers' choices or users' preferences that drove weed toward hyperpotency. It was the remorseless logic of markets operating under prohibition and later under legalization without adequate regulation. Let me explain how economics transformed a plant. The prohibition premium. Under prohibition, weed existed in what economists call an illegal market where legal sanctions add enormous risk premiums to every transaction. When you make something illegal, several economic effects follow inevitably. First, the price rises dramatically to compensate sellers for the risk of imprisonment. Second, quality control disappears because buyers have no legal recourse against sellers who provide poor products. Third, concentration increases because it is more efficient to transport and sell small amounts of highly potent product than large amounts of weak product. This third effect, the iron law of prohibition, as some scholars have called it, particularly affected weed. Consider a smuggler bringing weed from Mexico to the United States in the 1970s. He faces risk of arrest at the border, during transport, and during distribution. The penalty, if caught, is severe: years or decades in prison. Every pound he carries represents risk. Now, suppose he can choose between two products: low potency Mexican brickweed at 2% THC, or higher potency domestic varieties at 4% THC. Both weigh the same. Both carry the same legal risk if discovered. But the higher potency product can be sold for significantly more money because users need less of it to achieve the desired effect. The economic logic is inescapable. Always choose the more potent product. Over time, this selection pressure, repeated millions of times across illegal markets, inevitably drives potency upward. This is why, historically, prohibition has always created more dangerous forms of drugs. When alcohol was prohibited in the United States during the 1920s, beer largely disappeared and was replaced by hard liquor and industrial alcohol, which were easier to transport and conceal. When opium was prohibited in the late 19th century, it was gradually replaced by more potent morphine and heroin, which were more profitable for the same risk. When coca leaves were prohibited, purified cocaine became the dominant form, followed eventually by crack cocaine, and even more concentrated and dangerous preparation. Weed followed this same trajectory. Prohibition did not eliminate it. No prohibition ever successfully eliminates demand for a widely desired substance. But prohibition did push it inexorably toward higher potency. Because potency minimizes volume, and minimizing volume minimizes risk and maximizes profit per unit risk. The boutique effect, but economics alone cannot explain why potency continued to increase even after legalization began, when the risk premium of prohibition no longer applied. To understand this, we must examine what economists call premium pricing and what weed culture calls the boutique effect. In any market, some consumers will pay more for products positioned as superior. Premium vodka costs more than bottom-shelf vodka, though blind taste tests often show minimal difference. Luxury cars cost far more than economy cars that provide the same basic transportation. Designer clothing commands prices many times higher than functionally identical generic clothing. This premium pricing depends on signaling convincing buyers that your product is superior through marketing, packaging, and metrics that suggest quality. In the weed market, THC percentage became the primary metric by which consumers judged quality. This was not inevitable. Weed quality can be assessed through many dimensions: flavor, aroma, smoothness of smoke, quality of the high, duration of effects, absence of side effects like anxiety or lethargy. Experienced weed users often prefer strains based on these qualitative factors rather than simply seeking maximum THC. But THC percentage is objective, measurable, and easily communicated. Dispensaries could label products with precise numbers: 18%, 22%, 28%. Consumers, many of whom were new to legal weed and lacked the experience to judge quality by subtler measures, gravitated toward the highest numbers, assuming that more THC meant better weed. Dispensaries quickly learned that they could charge premium prices for high THC products. An eighth of an ounce testing at 15% THC might sell for $35. The same amount from the same grower testing at 25% THC could command $55. The actual difference in production cost was minimal, but consumers would pay 40% more for the higher number. This created powerful incentives for growers. Breeding for maximum THC became the path to premium pricing and higher profits. Growers who invested in creating balanced, flavorful strains with moderate THC found themselves unable to compete on price with high THC producers. The market, in other words, rewarded exactly the characteristic maximum THC that created the most public health concerns, while penalizing the characteristics that might have produced better outcomes: balance, diversity, moderate potency, rich terpene profiles. The commodification trap. As legal weed markets matured, another economic dynamic emerged: commodification. This is the process by which diverse, distinctive products become standardized. Interchangeable commodities competing primarily on price. In the early days of legal weed in states like Colorado and Washington, the market was still relatively small and local. Growers could differentiate their products based on growing methods, genetics, terroir, the unique characteristics imparted by local soil and climate. Consumers might seek out weed from specific farms, much as wine enthusiasts seek specific vineyards. But as the market grew and large corporations entered, this differentiation became difficult to maintain. Industrial-scale producers growing in massive warehouses under artificial lights created standardized products that looked and tested alike. Vertical integration companies controlling the entire supply chain from cultivation to retail reduced diversity further. Without meaningful differentiation, products become commodities. And commodity markets compete on two factors, price and a single quality metric. For weed, that metric was THC percentage. Consumers shopping at large dispensaries with dozens of strains displayed in identical packaging had no meaningful way to distinguish between products except price and THC content. This drove a race to the bottom in terms of price and a race to the top in terms of potency. Growers needed to produce weed with the highest possible THC percentage at the lowest possible cost to remain competitive. Craft producers trying to compete on quality, sustainability, or unique characteristics found themselves squeezed out. A small farm growing organic weed outdoors in living soil, carefully cultivating a rare landrace with a unique terpene profile, could not compete with industrial warehouses producing generic high THC flower at a fraction of the cost. The market, operating without adequate regulation or consumer education, naturally selected for exactly the wrong characteristics. The concentrate explosion, then came concentrates, and the economic logic that drove flower toward higher potency was applied with exponential force. Producing weed concentrates requires equipment, expertise, and processing time all costs. But once produced, concentrates can be sold at premium prices that far exceed these costs. A gram of flower might wholesale for $5 to $10. A gram of concentrate derived from that same amount of flower might wholesale for $30 to $50. For producers, this was irresistible. Why grow weed to sell as flower when you could process it into concentrates and multiply your revenue severalfold? Processing also solved storage and spoilage problems. Concentrates are shelf-stable in ways that flower is not. For retailers, concentrates offered higher profit margins in smaller packages. A tiny vape cartridge containing half a gram of oil could generate more profit than 1/8 of an ounce of flower, taking up much more shelf space. For users, concentrates offered convenience, discretion, and intense effects. Smoking flower produced smoke and odor. Vaping concentrates produced minimal smell and could be done almost anywhere without detection. But concentrates also represented the ultimate extreme of the potency trend. 80 to 90% THC concentrations that would have been inconceivable to users of traditional weed. Users developed tolerances rapidly, needing more and stronger hits to achieve the same effects. What began as occasional treat became daily habit, then dependency. The economics drove a vicious cycle. Concentrates were profitable, so producers made more of them. Their availability led more users to try them. Regular use built tolerance. Users with high tolerance needed concentrates to feel any effects at all. This created reliable demand, justifying further investment in concentrate production. At each step, the economic incentives pointed in the same direction, toward more potent, more processed, more profitable products. And at each step, the distance grew between what the market produced and what might actually have been best for consumers. The advertising arms race. Legalization brought another economic force into play: advertising and marketing. Under prohibition, weed marketing was word of mouth, driven by reputation and rumor. Legal markets allowed open advertising with predictable results. Dispensaries competed for customers through advertising that emphasized strength and potency. Knockout strains, maximum THC, strongest concentrate in the state. The language was borrowed from alcohol marketing, where advertising often emphasizes high proof and extreme effects. This advertising shaped consumer expectations and preferences. New consumers, exposed to marketing that equated high THC with quality, came to believe this was true. Experienced consumers felt pressure to keep up if everyone else was using 28% flower. Their 15% strain seemed inadequate by comparison. Social media amplified these effects. Instagram accounts showed massive dabs, giant clouds of vapor, concentrate rigs that looked like chemistry lab equipment. YouTube channels competed to review the strongest new products. The culture celebrated extremity, and the market supplied it. Companies invested heavily in brand development, packaging, design, and lifestyle marketing. Weed brands tried to position themselves like luxury goods, premium products for discerning consumers. But because most brands were selling essentially similar high THC products, differentiation was difficult. This led to ever more extreme claims and ever higher THC numbers in an attempt to stand out. The advertising arms race, like the potency arms race, was economically rational for individual companies, but collectively harmful. Each company needed to compete on potency to maintain market share, even though the industry as a whole might have been better served by moderating potency claims and competing on other factors. But individual rationality does not always produce collective well-being. A lesson economics has taught repeatedly. The tax incentive problem, taxation, introduced yet another economic distortion. Most jurisdictions that legalized weed implemented high tax rates, often 25% or more on retail sales, sometimes with additional cultivation and wholesale taxes. The stated purpose was to generate revenue and perhaps discourage consumption. But high taxes created incentives that worked against public health goals. First, high taxes supported continued black market activity. When legal weed costs 40 to 60% more than black market weed due to taxes and compliance costs, some consumers, especially heavy users on tight budgets, will choose illegal sources. This undermines one of legalization's primary goals, eliminating the black market and its associated harms. Second, flat percentage taxes incentivize producers to sell higher value products. If you pay 25% tax, whether you sell low THC or high THC weed, you have every reason to sell the high THC product that commands premium prices. The tax burden is the same, but your profit is much higher. A better tax structure would tax based on potency higher rates for higher THC products, creating economic incentives aligned with public health goals. But most jurisdictions did not implement such systems, instead using simple percentage price taxes that inadvertently encouraged exactly the products most likely to cause harm. The vertical integration problem. In many legal markets, companies were allowed or even encouraged to vertically integrate to control cultivation, processing, distribution, and retail sales, all within a single corporate structure. The economic logic was straightforward. Vertical integration creates efficiencies, reduces costs, and allows for quality control across the supply chain. But vertical integration also concentrates power and reduces diversity. When a handful of large companies control the entire weed supply chain from seed to sale, the market naturally gravitates towards standardized, mass-produced products optimized for profit rather than consumer well-being. Small, craft producers, the very people most likely to grow diverse, balanced, interesting weed, found themselves shut out. They lacked the capital to compete with vertically integrated corporations. They could not match the prices of mass production. And even when they produced superior products, They struggled to reach consumers through distribution channels controlled by larger competitors. The result was market consolidation around a few dominant players, all producing similar high THC products, all competing primarily on price and potency rather than quality or diversity. The economic structure of legal markets, ironically, reproduced many of the problems of prohibition: reduced diversity, focus on potency, prioritization of profit over public health, the medical-recreational divide. Another economic distortion emerged from the distinction between medical and recreational weed markets, which often operated under different tax and regulatory structures. Medical weed, in most jurisdictions, faced lower taxes and sometimes less stringent regulations. This created economic incentives for companies to market products as medical, even when they were essentially the same as recreational products. High HC concentrates were sold as medical products for pain or anxiety, with minimal evidence that such extreme potency was medically necessary or beneficial. Meanwhile, truly medical products balanced strains with therapeutic CBD levels, precisely dosed edibles, formulations optimized for specific conditions, struggled to find market traction because recreational users, who made up the bulk of purchases, preferred high THC products. The medical market became, in many ways, simply a tax-advantaged route to purchase recreational products. This undermined the original purpose of medical weed programs and meant that economic incentives were not aligned with genuine medical needs. The cost of dependency. There is a darker economic dimension to the weed industry's focus on high-potency products. Dependency creates reliable customers. No weed company would publicly admit to wanting customers to develop dependency. But the economic reality is that customers who use daily, who have developed tolerance requiring frequent use of strong products, are far more valuable than occasional recreational users. A person who buys an eighth of flower every few months represents minimal revenue. A person who purchases gram cartridges of concentrate weekly represents substantial recurring revenue. Someone who has developed dependency and must use daily to avoid withdrawal represents the most economically valuable customer of all. This is the same economic logic that has troubled the alcohol, tobacco, and gambling industries for decades. A small percentage of heavy dependent users generate a disproportionate share of revenue. Companies are therefore incentivized to produce products that encourage heavy use, even though this is clearly harmful to some consumers. The alcohol industry has long known that roughly 20% of drinkers consume 80% of alcohol sold, and that this 20% includes most problem drinkers and alcoholics. Similarly, some estimates suggest that daily or near daily weed users, though a minority of all users, may account for the majority of weed sales. If high-potency products are more likely to lead to daily use and dependency, and evidence suggests they are, then companies maximizing revenue have an economic incentive to produce and market exactly these products, regardless of public health consequences. This is not to say that weed company executives are malicious or consciously trying to create dependent users. Rather, it is to recognize that market incentives, unchecked by regulation or ethical restraint, naturally point toward products and marketing strategies that maximize consumption, even when this maximization causes harm. The failure of consumer sovereignty. Economic theory often assumes consumer sovereignty, the idea that in a free market, consumers make rational choices that serve their own best interests, and that market outcomes, therefore, reflect consumer preferences. But consumer sovereignty requires informed consumers making choices with full knowledge of consequences. This condition rarely holds in practice, and it certainly has not held for weed markets. Most consumers lack the knowledge to make informed choices about weed potency. They do not understand the entourage effect, the role of CBD in moderating THC's effects, the risks of high-potency products, or the importance of terpene profiles. They are not educated about the differences between traditional balanced weed and modern hyperpotent products. Moreover, addiction and dependency undermine rational choice. A person who has developed tolerance and dependency is not freely choosing high-potency products. They need them to feel normal. Their consumption is driven by neurobiological adaptation, not by rational preference. Market outcomes in weed, therefore, do not necessarily reflect what is best for consumers. They reflect a combination of inadequate consumer education, manipulative marketing, addictive potential, and economic structures that reward extreme potency regardless of consequences. Consumer sovereignty is a useful fiction in some markets. In markets involving addictive substances consumed by vulnerable populations, including adolescents, it is simply false. And policy based on false assumptions produces bad outcomes. The opportunity cost. Finally, we must consider what economists call opportunity cost, the value of alternatives foregone when resources are directed toward one use rather than another. The weed industry has poured billions of dollars into developing and marketing hyperpotent products. Breeding programs focused on maximum THC, extraction technologies for concentrates, vape pen designs for convenient consumption, marketing campaigns emphasizing strength and potency. Imagine if a fraction of those resources had instead been directed toward researching the medical applications of minor cannabinoids and terpenes, developing balanced products optimized for therapeutic benefits rather than intoxication, preserving genetic diversity and landrace varieties, educating consumers about responsible use and harm reduction, studying long-term health effects to guide safer product development, creating systems to help users who develop dependency. The economic system we created channeled resources toward maximum potency because that was profitable, not because it served human well-being. The opportunity costs, the beneficial uses of those resources that we sacrificed, may be incalculable. Markets and morality. What the economics of weed teaches us is that markets are amoral mechanisms. They efficiently allocate resources to produce what people will pay for, but they have no inherent tendency to produce what is good, sustainable, or beneficial in the long term. Weed markets, operating under prohibition and then under inadequate regulation, efficiently produced hyperpotent products because economic incentives pointed that direction. The market worked exactly as economic theory predicts, but the outcome was not beneficial. This is not an argument against markets. Markets are remarkably effective tools for many purposes, but it is an argument for recognizing that markets require boundaries, regulations, and ethical constraints to serve human flourishing rather than merely maximizing profit. The weed industry needed regulations that prevented or taxed extreme potency to discourage its production, supported diversity and craft production rather than industrial consolidation, required honest marketing and consumer education, protected vulnerable populations, including adolescents, invested tax revenues in research, treatment, and harm reduction, aligned corporate incentives with public health outcomes. Most legal weed markets implemented only the most minimal versions of such regulations, if at all. The result was predictable, an industry that produced exactly what made it the most money, with little regard for whether those products served consumers well. If we want different outcomes, we need different economic structures. We need to design incentives that reward beneficial innovation rather than mere potency increases. We need to invest in knowledge rather than just marketing. We need to measure success not by revenue generated, but by well-being promoted. Economics is not destiny. Markets are human constructions, and we can construct them differently. But first, we must recognize that the current construction has failed weed and failed the people who use it. The invisible hand of the market, it turns out, is quite capable of producing visible harm when left unconstrained. As I bring this long remembrance to its close, I find myself reflecting on the strange journey we have taken together through the centuries, following a simple plant as it was transformed by human desire market forces and the unintended consequences of our choices. We began in the mists of prehistory, when weed was simply part of the world-a useful plant that provided fiber, food, medicine, and occasionally a gentle alteration of consciousness. We watched it move through ancient civilizations, acquiring cultural meanings, medical applications, spiritual significance. We saw it rediscovered by Western medicine in the 19th century, praised as a valuable therapeutic tool, then abandoned due to the unreliability of natural preparations. We witnessed its criminalization in the 20th century, driven more by racism and political opportunism than by any genuine concern for public health. We observed how prohibition, intended to eliminate weed use, instead drove it toward higher potency through the iron law of prohibited substances. When transport and risk are constant, concentration increases to maximize value per unit risk. We documented the scientific breakthroughs that finally revealed the plant's molecular secrets, the isolation of CBD in 1940, the identification of THC's structure in 1964, knowledge that would enable both understanding and manipulation. We traced the breeding programs of the 1970s and 80s as prohibition drove cultivation indoors, and growers began selecting for maximum psychoactive effect to justify the legal risks they faced. We saw CBD begin its quiet disappearance from the plant's genetic makeup. We chronicled the acceleration of this trend through the 1990s and 2000s, the chronic era and the Kush takeover, as THC percentages climbed from 2% to 4 to 8 to 15%, while CBD fell to trace amounts. We examined the legalization era that began in 2012 and how legal markets, far from moderating the potency trend, accelerated it through commercialization, marketing, and economic incentives that rewarded extreme THC content. We explored the emergence of concentrates testing at 80 to 90% THC products that would have seemed like science fiction to earlier generations of weed users, products that bear almost no resemblance to the plant from which they are derived. We listened to the voices of those affected, longtime users who found they could no longer tolerate modern weed, young people struggling with dependency parents, watching their adolescent children experience psychotic breaks, medical patients discovering that balanced products worked better than high THC ones. We delved into the science, the adolescent brain's vulnerability, the reality of weed use disorder, the loss of the entourage effect, the protective role of CBD that we bred away in our pursuit of maximum intoxication. We examined the economics that drove these changes, the prohibition premium, the boutique effect, the commodification trap, the advertising arms race, the failure of markets to produce beneficial outcomes without adequate regulation and guidance. And throughout, we have tried to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and what it means for our relationship with this ancient plant and with powerful substances generally. What have we learned? If I could distill this long story into a few essential lessons, they would be these. First, progress is not inevitable, and not all change is progress. We made weed stronger, yes, but we did not make it better. We optimized for a single variable THC content and lost balance, diversity, and the very qualities that made traditional weed relatively safe and beneficial for most users. The same technological and economic forces that we celebrate as progress can also produce harm when applied without wisdom or restraint. Second, prohibition creates the problems it claims to solve. The war on drugs, intended to reduce weed use and harm, instead drove the plant toward higher potency, enriched criminal organizations, destroyed countless lives through incarceration, and prevented research that might have helped us understand and use weed more wisely. Prohibition was not just ineffective, it was actively counterproductive. The harms we associate with weed use are often harms created by prohibition itself. Third, legalization alone is not sufficient. Simply removing criminal penalties does not automatically produce beneficial outcomes. Legal weed markets, operating according to standard capitalist incentives without adequate regulation, produced many of the same problems as illegal markets: extreme potency, reduced diversity, prioritization of profit over well-being. Freedom from prohibition must be accompanied by thoughtful regulation, consumer education, and economic structures that align corporate incentives with public health. Fourth, markets need boundaries. The weed industry shows what happens when powerful, potentially harmful products are commercialized without adequate constraints. Companies will naturally maximize profit, and if profit comes from creating dependent users or marketing to adolescents or producing unnecessarily dangerous products, many will do so unless prevented. This is not because business people are evil, it is because market incentives point that direction. We need regulations that redirect these incentives toward beneficial ends. Fifth, young people deserve honesty, not propaganda. We lied to adolescents for decades, telling them weed would drive them insane or lead inevitably to harder drugs. When they discovered these lies, they stopped believing us about genuine risks. Now we are overcorrecting, with some advocates claiming weed is completely harmless. The truth is nuanced. Weed carries real risks, especially for developing brains, especially at high potencies, especially with heavy use. But these risks do not justify prohibition. Honest, evidence-based education is the only approach that maintains credibility. Sixth, complexity matters. The entourage effect, the phenomenon by which dozens of cannabinoids and terpenes work together to produce effects that no single compound can replicate, teaches us a crucial lesson about reductionism. When we simplify complex natural systems, focusing on single variables while ignoring the whole, we often destroy the very qualities that made the system valuable. This lesson applies far beyond weed to our relationship with ecosystems, with our own bodies, with social systems. Complexity is not merely noise obscuring the signal often. The complexity is the signal. Seventh, nature contains wisdom. For millions of years, evolution shaped weed to produce a balanced profile of compounds. When we stripped away everything but THC, we were acting with profound arrogance, assuming we knew better than millions of years of natural selection. The problems that followed increased anxiety, reduced medical efficacy, greater addiction potentials suggest that nature's balance was not arbitrary. We should approach natural systems with more humility. Eighth, the experience of consuming weed depends not just on the plant's chemical composition, but on the cultural context of use, the setting, the intention, the rituals and meanings surrounding consumption. Traditional cultures that used psychoactive plants understood this, embedding use in elaborate ceremonial frameworks. We commercialized weed as though it were just another consumer good and were surprised when people had bad experiences. Recovering beneficial relationships with powerful substances requires recovering cultural wisdom about how to use them well. Ninth, we are still learning. Despite thousands of years of human use and decades of modern research, we still do not fully understand weed, how its compounds interact, why it affects people so differently, what its long-term effects on health are. The transformation we wrought happened far faster than our understanding grew. We need humility about the limits of our knowledge and caution when making changes whose consequences we cannot predict. 10th, individual choices shape collective outcomes. The transformation of weed was not the result of a single decision or a grand conspiracy. It was the cumulative result of millions of individual choices. Growers choosing high potency genetics, users demanding stronger products, companies marketing potency, regulators failing to set appropriate boundaries, advocates overclaiming safety, scientists failing to communicate risks. Each choice seemed small and rational in isolation, but collectively they produced an outcome no one intended or desired. This is how many of our greatest problems emerge, not from malice, but from the interaction of individually rational choices in the absence of collective wisdom and coordination. The path we did not take. As I reflect on this history, I cannot help but imagine the path we might have taken but did not. Imagine if, when weed was rediscovered by Western medicine in the 19th century, we had invested in understanding the plant rather than abandoning it for synthetic drugs. We might have identified cannabinoids and their effects a century earlier, perhaps preventing the whole catastrophe of prohibition. Imagine if, when the war on drugs began, we had chosen treatment and education over criminalization. We might have avoided the potency arms race driven by prohibition, the mass incarceration that destroyed communities, the enrichment of criminal cartels. Imagine if, when scientific research revealed THC and CBD's structures in the 1960s, we had also studied how these compounds worked together, recognizing early the importance of balance. We might have preserved the plant's natural complexity rather than breeding it away. Imagine if, when indoor growing techniques emerged in the 1980s, growers had selected for quality and diversity rather than just potency. We might have developed rich libraries of distinctive strains rather than endless variations on high THC genetics. Imagine if, when legalization began in the 2010s, we had implemented thoughtful regulations from the start, potency caps or potency-based taxation, requirements for balanced products, investment in research and education, protection of genetic diversity. We might have created markets that served human well-being rather than just profit. Imagine if consumers, throughout this history, had valued quality over quantity, balance over extremity, diversity over standardization. We might have created market demand for beneficial products rather than just maximally potent ones. At each junction, we faced choices, and at each junction, we chose the path that led to where we are now, a world in which weed has been transformed from a balanced, relatively benign plant into a hyperpotent commodity that may be causing genuine harm to some users, especially the young. We cannot change the past, but we can learn from it, and we can still choose differently going forward. The future we might create. If there is hope in this story, and I believe there is, it lies in recognizing that the future is not yet written. The transformation of weed was not inevitable, and its current state is not permanent. We have the power to shape what comes next. We could choose to preserve genetic diversity, maintaining landrace varieties and heirloom genetics that represent thousands of years of adaptation and selection. We could support seed banks and preservation organizations, recognizing that genetic diversity has value that markets cannot measure. We could choose to breed and promote balanced strains, recreating the naturally occurring ratios of THC and CBD that made historical weed use relatively safe. We could educate consumers about the benefits of balance over mere potency. We could choose to implement regulations that align economic incentives with public health, potency-based taxation, support for craft producers, requirements for warning labels, investment of tax revenue in research and treatment. We could choose to create cultural contexts for weed use that emphasize intention, respect, and moderation rather than mindless consumption. We could recover some of the ceremonial and contemplative approaches that traditional cultures used. We could choose to invest heavily in research, filling the enormous gaps in our understanding of how weed affects the brain, which users are most vulnerable to adverse effects, how different compounds interact, what long-term consequences we should anticipate. We could choose to educate honestly, especially young people, about both benefits and risks, about the differences between traditional and modern weed, about the special vulnerabilities of adolescent brains. We could choose to provide robust treatment and support for those who develop problematic use patterns, without shame or judgment, recognizing that dependency can happen with any powerful substance. We could choose to create a weed culture that values quality over quantity, diversity over standardization, wisdom over mere potency, a culture that treats weed as something deserving of respect rather than just another commodity to consume. All of this is possible. None of it is inevitable. It depends on the choices we make, individually and collectively, going forward. A final word to the listener. And so, my dear listener, we come to the end of this long remembrance. I have taken you on a journey spanning millennia, from the first human who tossed weed onto a fire and discovered its effects, through ancient empires and medieval physicians, through the optimism of 1960s counterculture and the harsh realities of the war on drugs, to the present moment when we grapple with the consequences of having transformed this ancient plant into something nature never intended. It has been, I confess, a story tinged with sadness at opportunities missed, wisdom discarded, harm caused by well-meaning people who did not understand the consequences of their choices, sadness at the reduction of a complex, beautiful, useful plant to a single molecule produced in ever more extreme concentrations. But I hope it has also been a story that inspires reflection and, perhaps determination to do better. For we are not passive observers of history, we are its creators. The future is not something that happens to us, but something we make through our choices. If you use weed, I hope this history encourages you to use it thoughtfully, with awareness of what you are consuming and why. I hope you will seek balanced products, moderate your use, avoid daily dependency, protect young people from access, and approach this powerful plant with the respect it deserves. If you do not use weed but care about policy, I hope this history helps you see beyond the old binary of prohibition versus legalization to the more complex question of how we create markets and cultures around powerful substances that maximize benefit and minimize harm. If you are young and still developing, I hope this history gives you pause about exposing your brain to substances whose long-term effects we do not fully understand, especially in the extreme potencies now available. If you work in the weed industry, I hope this history inspires you to consider whether your work serves human flourishing or merely corporate profit, and to choose products and practices that honor the plant's ancient heritage rather than exploiting it for maximum short-term gain. If you are a policymaker or regulator, I hope this history provides evidence for thoughtful regulation that protects the vulnerable, preserves diversity, encourages beneficial innovation, and redirects market incentives toward public health. And if you are simply curious about history and how we arrived at this strange moment when a plant used relatively safely for thousands of years has been transformed in 6 decades into something potentially quite dangerous, hope this story has satisfied that curiosity while also raising new questions about our relationship with nature, with markets, with each other, the echo that remains. In the end, what will remain of this story? Perhaps it will be remembered as a cautionary tale about the unintended consequences of prohibition, about how trying to eliminate something through force can make it more dangerous. Perhaps it will be remembered as an example of how markets, without adequate regulation, can produce harmful outcomes even from beneficial products. Perhaps it will be remembered as a reminder that nature's complexity often contains wisdom our cleverness cannot improve upon. Or perhaps sand, this is my hope, it will be remembered as the moment when we recognized what we had done and chose to do differently, when we paused in our rush toward ever more extreme potency and asked whether this was truly progress, when we began to recover balance, diversity, wisdom, when we learned to use this ancient plant with the respect it has always deserved. The story is not over. The future is being written now by choices being made in laboratories and boardrooms, in dispensaries and living rooms, in legislatures and weed gardens. Each choice matters. Each shapes what comes next. I have told you what has been. What will be depends on you and on all of us who share this world and this moment. Choose wisely. Choose with awareness. Choose with humility about the limits of our understanding. Choose with care for those who are most vulnerable. Choose with respect for the natural world and the plants that have been our companions through all of human history. And remember, the highest potency is not always the highest wisdom. Sometimes the most powerful choice is the choice of balance, moderation, and respect. And thus ends another memory from ages long past. If you have found a spark of wonder here, stay a while longer, for there are countless tales yet to be remembered. The story of weed is but one thread in the vast tapestry of human history, one example of how we relate to the natural world, how we navigate the tension between freedom and responsibility, how we learn slowly, imperfectly, but genuinely from our mistakes. Other stories await, other lessons, other journeys through time. For history is not merely a record of what has been, is a conversation across generations, a treasury of wisdom hard won and too easily forgotten, a mirror in which we see ourselves more clearly. Until we meet again, may you walk in wisdom, may you seek balance in all things, may you remember that the past is not dead, lives in every choice we make, every habit we form, every future we create. The historian has spoken, but the story continues. And you, dear listener, are now part of its unfolding. Go well,